Good down there?
Deepa coming back.
Deepa's coming in a minute.
Good on the right?
Yep.
Okay. Deepa, all good? All right. All right, good evening, everybody. I'm calling this meeting of the Village Board of Trustees to order, March 23rd, 2026 at 7 p.m. If you could please have a roll call.
Trustee Alfano.
Here.
Trustee Cordova.
Here.
Trustee Constados.
Here.
Trustee Kozar.
Here.
Trustee Kumar.
Here.
Trustee Sabri.
Here.
Village President Kevin Patrick.
Here. Thank you. If we can all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Okay, do I have any amendments to the agenda? Trustee Kozar.
Yeah. I would like to make a motion, I guess, to move the executive session up.
To where?
Probably just after the consent agenda, so hold up.
Yeah, 9D, after 9D.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have a second on that motion?
I'll make that second.
Trustee Constados? Okay. Is there any discussion? Trustee Constados?
Yes, are you making a motion to move both sessions or just one for right now? Because I would recommend just moving the one.
I would actually say both of them, well, I'm sorry, I wasn't right.
No, go ahead.
I would say both of them, and we can just kind of knock it out.
Yeah.
We're all gonna be in there.
Okay.
Would there be a reason you wouldn't want to move both of them and just knock it out? One of them has to do with something on the agenda for tonight, so it makes
Correct.
sense that we,
That's the one I was
right,
gonna say.
absolutely
let's
makes
move
sense.
for
But since we're all in there, we can go through the second one as well.
I'm not sure if I have further questions for the second one. I'm not sure who else has, so.
We can always go back into executive session. Attorney Moore.
Thank you. That's one of the things I was going to say. Thank you, that you can always go back into executive session later in the meeting if you want to. I was also going to ask if the intent is just for 22B, then there's a relationship with that to 16A. Is that something that also anyone wanted to move up?
Let's go hand in hand.
Trustee Kozar?
I already spoke, so. I think they had their hand up
Oh.
first, sorry.
Trustee Alfano?
Thank you. I would not be in favor of moving the executive session A at this time, but I would be in favor for executive session B, just because it's an agenda item.
Okay. Trustee Kumar?
I just want to mention that we can always make a motion to have an executive session if we don't finish up everything, and that may be a better way of
Right.
holding to the purpose of executive session and confidentiality on what we're discussing.
Yes, and we can always go back into executive session. Trustee Constados?
I was just going to ask if trustee Kozar wanted to amend his motion to include 16. I would second if he wants to do that.
I guess
Trustee Kozar?
I'm unsure. I'm not motioning 16A. I'm just motioning moving the agenda up. If you would, if your suggestion is, and maybe I'm just confused with what you're asking, but
So what we're
if you want to
gonna,
move the executive session after 15, we can do that.
so what we can do, what we'll do is there's a motion on the table to move executive session up to before item 10. So we will go with that motion. We could stay in executive session as long as we need to and go back in at a later time if needed. All right, so I have a motion on the table and a second. Is there any other further discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Costados.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay, so executive session will be before item 10, staff reports. Okay, moving along, we have public comments on agenda items. Clerk Lauken.
Cheryl Tucker.
First of all, I want to thank the board for making the staff report. This really helps the people of Villa Park to follow along with what the plans are being done in the village, and I really appreciate that instead of having to keep searching through every single one. But I'm a little concerned on 10A with the statement that Public Works is going forward with Iowa and Michigan from Plymouth to Ridge without the water main replacement included. And the reason I'm concerned is that I'm hoping that the water main replacement is going to be added to that later, because my concern is that in previous times, we've had the road fixed, put into place, and then all of a sudden, we have a water main break, and we have to rip the road apart. So I'm a little concerned if they go ahead with putting the road down before the water mains are put in, we may have that situation. 10E, I know that we're working through the budget and trying to get up to speed, but I'm trying to find out in the future on page 79 and page 225, we have line item 3600440026. And my question is, are we either going to relist that to cannabis tax to the future swimming pool from parks in the future, or are we going to move that to the swimming pool Fund 41 as a revenue with a new line item for the future swimming pool fund to be in there? I also noticed there was a difference, and that may be something that I'm sure she will clarify later, that on 179, the amount is $70,100 for the year of 2025, but yet on the statement from March 31st, it just shows it possibly an estimated amount of $75,000 instead. So I don't know where the change and the difference is on that. The other is on 12D, 12A, Mortadelli. I know there was a lot of confusion on the board, both with the board and the Liquor Commission meeting over clarification of how the board was going to handle the sales and liquor to take less than 50% of the sales for food. And I'm hoping that the time frame between that President Patrick and possibly Trustee Kozar has helped this board understand how that works, seeing Trustee Kozar was a business owner, Alfield and Crement, long time before he became a trustee, and so he does have firsthand experience on how that ordinance worked and what he needed to do. So I'm hoping he shared that with the board. Along with that, the businesses that already have Class E liquor licenses are already under that ruling, so I'm hoping that is clarified by our liquor commissioner, which is our president. If not, I'm sure that that confusion that our president, Kevin Patrick, being the liquor commissioner, will get that straightened out with the village manager, and we'll get that resolved so Morton Deli and other businesses can move forward if you approve that request tonight for them. I was a little confused on the clarification if she does.
Excuse me, Cheryl, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but your time has expired.
I've got one more thing.
Okay.
Okay. Clarification of Mordelli being, will they still have their outdoor seating as a deli hours? And my understanding is they no more will be able to sell packaged wine and beer at that time. And the last thing is 14D. I know you guys already know my opinion on 14A and B, so I don't have to go over that again. I'm hoping that I didn't misunderstand the reason for the July 12th discount. That it isn't just for the baseball families that discount after the baseball season is over, but rather that recommendation was to be given for the discount after July 10th for all the options of the Villa Park families to take advantage, because they also have children and family that also probably had prior things that prevented them to take advantage of our wonderful swimming pool until July 10th, because I'm really for that idea.
Cheryl, we have to move on. Other people need an opportunity. Next, please.
Nick Zone.
Nick Zone, 21 West Adams. I'd like to speak on the mortadella issue. I really urge the board to pass the ordinance. They've shown in the past year, since they opened up the one part of their business, that they're good neighbors. I don't think they've had any trouble there. They do well with the neighborhood, so I think it's a positive for the village, and we want to be a business-friendly community, and I think this is definitely a friendly, neighborhood-friendly business. So I definitely urge passing that. I'd also like to have that clarified as far as the 50% food versus liquor. I didn't read it in the ordinance, but possibly there's something in there that shows that, but I'd like to see that brought up, like Cheryl said, during discussion. Thank you.
It was the same.
David Holston.
Good evening. I'm David Holston. I'm the pastor of Christian Church in Villa Park. Just want to speak in favor of 13D, where we're asking for a zoning change to relocate where our ministry is right now. As you may or may not know, in our village, or excuse me, our council president will speak to that in just a second. We are renting right now where we used to have a building. We bought the building and weren't able to keep it up because we're now down to about 25 people. But those 25 people offer a food ministry that feeds about 250 people in each week in the Villa Park area, and does a food pantry, a Love Your Neighbor Day in September of every year that helps 35 homes with about 10 churches involved and about 150 involved. We believe the ministry over here off of St. Charles Road will be much more productive. I spend a lot of my time over there right now with the people that are on the street, literally behind you right now, helping to make sure they have food, and we put together blankets and clothing for them as well. So we hope you will vote in favor of 13D. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Doris Carter.
I am the Stewardship Council Chair of the Christian Church of Villa Park. Dave has already covered some of the things that I would say, but I just, again, urge you to approve the ordinance for our requested special use at 507 East St. Charles, the agenda item 13D. Our church has been a part of the community for 70 years. Our food pantry has been helping people in Villa Park for over 30 years, and our Love Your Neighbor Day ministry is in its 12th year this year. Dave mentioned how many people we're serving as each month or each week as far as the food pantry, and the number of homeowners that we've helped with Love Your Neighbor Day. And both of those ministries have been supported by many people in the village over many years. We currently are still at our location at Villa and Reardon, but we owned that building from 1959 to 2021, but sold it when it was just too much financially for the congregation to handle. And we put all of our resources into just repairing an old building. But we are renting back right now at that space from the church that owns it, but that's kind of limiting to us as far as the space that we have available to us, and we really believe that this new location will help us to grow and thrive in our ministry, our not only just worship, but our public ministries, our food pantry, and Love Your Neighbor Day. We have coexisted for many years in that residential area at Villa Park and Reardon. In this new space, we'll be more centrally located in the village. We'll have additional exposure because of the commercial location, but we'll also still be respectful of the neighbors who are around us, because we know there's also a residential area right next to us. We believe that the proposed space on St. Charles Road will allow our church, our food pantry, and other ministries to continue to grow, to serve this community for many years to come. Our congregation, in making a decision to make a move, all decided we want to stay in Villa Park. So we hope you can help us to stay in Villa Park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick Stanford. Stand forward.
Good evening. I'm Nick Standiford. I'm a land use and zoning attorney at Shane Banks. I'm here on behalf of Hawthorne Development. Dr. Vish and Kika here. This is regarding item 16A on tonight's agenda. The new business for that item is to hire SB Friedman to perform development advisory services for $24,000 for the proposed development at Ardmore in Vermont. A copy of the proposed agreement is included in your packets, and I marked it up just in a slight way to help with.
If you could go to the clerk with it, please.
We have it here.
As a visual aid.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I wanted just to point out a few things on the letter tonight. So in the letter, it says it was this agreement's proposed to provide because the developer asked to provide additional financial support above what was committed to the project in 2021. So I'm not aware of any additional support that the developer is asking for. The developer is merely asking for the redevelopment agreement to be amended to provide for new dates for financing, to provide for new dates for, draw my notes here.
Thank you.
Provide new dates for the conveyance of the village parking lot, to provide a new date for the building permit to be issued, and to provide a new date for completion of the project. I also have a copy of that proposed amendment here. And so the proposed new dates are all in that amendment. And so then I want to go back through this SB Friedman letter with that in mind. So, and I'll try to go as quickly as I can here. So the scope of work calls for forecasting incremental property taxes. I believe we provided this, so I'm not sure why that's being required. TIF district strategy advice. There's a TIF district that's already in place, so I'm also not sure about what the TIF district strategy is. Reviewing pro forma and financial gap. A bond was already issued for this project. There's no gap. The developer has financing and is ready to go. All that's required is for that proposed revision to the redevelopment agreement to be signed and voted on and signed. It calls for providing a term sheet and redevelopment agreement and negotiation support. Again, the proposed revision to the redevelopment agreement is right there. It's only a couple pages long. It's changing a few dates. Documenting our findings, that's another scope of work for SB Friedman. I don't think there's any need for a $20,000 report if there's some dates that are changing. The last item is participating in calls and/or meetings with village staff, the village attorney, developers, and other. So if the village wants to engage SB Friedman to work with the bondholders, to look at how the TIF can be adjusted in the future, they have to work with the bondholders, and they have to work with SB Friedman, but that shouldn't slow down the approval of the redevelopment agreement, or of the amendment to the redevelopment agreement.
Mr. Sanford, you're out of time. I'll give you 30 more seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And the last thing I'll say is that there's a letter from the bondholder's attorney, and it says in here that they want the project to be completed. And I think that's an important point. So the developer wants the project to be completed, the bondholders want the project to be completed, and I'm sure all the neighbors and the whole village wants the project to be completed. So we've provided a solution, and we hope you follow us down that path. Thank you.
Attorney Morton?
Mrs. Stanford, just one moment, if I could clarify something, because you were saying that your client is not asking for any additional funds?
Other than what was already agreed to in the prior redevelopment agreement.
So I just want to make sure then, in the redevelopment agreement you handed out, in paragraph 10, there's an ordinance for special service area. In our conversations, you said that that was not something he's seeking
Sorry,
anymore, right?
that's my mistake. We are not asking for SSA any longer. That slowed us down too much, the discussions and the back and forth about the SSA. That can be struck, and that's my apologies for printing that version.
I just want to make sure we were on the same page.
Yep, there's no
Thanks.
SSA being requested.
Thank you for your time. Clerk Blackman, anybody else?
Anthony Otto on non-agenda item.
Anthony Odo, 211 South Villa Avenue. After watching the March 18th Plan Commission meeting, where there was discussion about, a recommendation was made, which I believe will be on the next agenda, to turn the west side of Villa Avenue 30-minute parking zones into 3-hour parking zones. That's what I'm here to speak about today before it gets on the agenda. The parking signs were implemented in May of 2020 to where there were previously no signage or restrictions to 30 minutes on the west side and 3 hours on the east side. It took several years of meetings between the Villa Avenue Business District and the village to come to those terms. The recommendation that was made at the March 18th Plan Commission was to change all the parking to 3-hour parking to make it uniform. That doesn't really take into consideration short-term parking needs for businesses like Villa Perk Coffee, Unicorn Comics, GM Smith and Son Realty, and Michael Anthony's, who do have customers that come in and out for quick service. In the summertime, it's not so bad, but in inclement weather in the winter, if you have to park a couple blocks away at like the History Museum to then walk down to grab a coffee or a pizza and walk back to your car, it's not as inviting. Also, why 3 hours for the parking? If you're in the commission meeting, it was brought up, you need time to sit down for a meal or to get your hair done. I don't think it takes 3 hours to do either of those. So maybe something shorter, like 2 hours, if we are going to have a uniform parking regulations. But there also is parking that I know the village is trying to get people to use on Central, south of the Prairie Path. There's talk about signage going up, or better signage going up there, and some adjustments to the History Museum parking. But per my conversation with Director Guerra today, it will be at least 1 year till anything is done in the History Museum parking. With the construction of the Union, parking's very limited at this point and will probably be fluid with different changes. So before this gets on the agenda, if you could take some consideration about some of the businesses that do need short-term parking. I know I have dine-ins, but a majority of my business is carry-out, and people don't want to have to walk several blocks to park their car. So that's all I wanted to talk about before it gets on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that is all, sir.
Okay, is there anybody else that would like to speak on agenda items?
I am Dr. Vish from Hawthorne Development Corporation. Our attorney, Nick Standiford, has explained our position. I just want to reiterate that we have the full financing. We have offered that the Board of Trustees can talk to our equity provider and the loan provider on the phone to verify anything they want. And we are not asking for any additional support from the city or TIF or anything like that. We would urge that you please allow us to proceed with the project. The project has been delayed for any number of reasons, and it is time. We are ready now. The zoning was approved a few weeks ago, and we are sitting here, a few weeks after that. This project cannot afford any more delays. If you will be kind enough to approve us, we will show to the citizens of Villa Park that this is a fantastic project, and it will set a real example in terms of sustainable construction and net zero construction. So please allow us to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak on agenda items? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move forward with public comments on non-agenda items. Clerk Laukent?
We've gone through both of them, sir.
Okay. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak under public comments on non-agenda items? Okay, seeing none, we are going to move forward with our proclamation. This is a proclamation recognizing March 23rd through 27th, 2026 as Municipal Finance Appreciation Week. Whereas responsible financial management is essential to maintaining the stability, transparency, and long-term success of local government, and whereas municipal finance professionals play a vital role in ensuring that public funds are managed responsibly, budgets are prepared with care, and taxpayer resources are used effectively to support the services residents rely on. And whereas the finance professionals of the Village of Villa Park work diligently to safeguard public resources, prepare and monitor the village's budget, maintain accurate financial records, ensure compliance with the laws and regulations, and support the delivery of essential municipal services. And whereas their dedication, professionalism, and attention to detail help ensure that the village remains financially responsible while continuing to invest in infrastructure, public safety, community services, and economic development. And whereas the village board recognizes that strong financial stewardship is fundamental to good governance and to maintaining the trust of the residents of Villa Park. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize and express appreciation for the important contributions made by the individuals who work each day to maintain the financial integrity of our community. Now, therefore, I, Kevin Patrick, Village President of the Village of Villa Park, do hereby proclaim the week of March 23rd through March 27th, 2026, as Municipal Finance Appreciation Week in the Village of Villa Park, and encourage the village board and residents to recognize and thank the dedicated professionals who ensure the responsible stewardship of public funds. In witness thereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the Village of Villa Park to be affixed this 23rd day of March 2026. Okay, we do not have any presentations or appointments to the commission, so we will move forward with item 9, the consent agenda. Consent agenda, the bill listings for the week of March 9th, 2026, in the amount of $30,218.97, and March 16th, 2026, in the amount of $974,338.86. Approval of the minutes of the Committee of the Whole meeting from the Village Board of Trustees meeting held on March 9th, 2026. A resolution of the use of motor fuel tax for general street maintenance, Section 26-00000-00GM. And item D, resolution of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, authorizing and approving an agreement with Robe Incorporated for the restroom renovation project at the park's maintenance facility. Do I have a motion for the consent agenda? Trustee Kozar?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Constados? Okay, Clerk Lauken.
Trustee Alfano.
Do we have discussion first, or no discussion?
If you want to speak about something on the consent agenda, you have to pull it off. And then we can.
Okay. Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Costados.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay, so we earlier had moved executive session to right before item 10. So do I have a motion for executive session?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Trustee Constados, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Kozar, is there any discussion? Okay. And we will be moving into executive session for pursuant to 5 ILC 120/2C1, the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body. Also pursuant to 5 ILCS 120/2C11 regarding litigation when action against, affecting, or on behalf of the village has been filed and is pending before a court, or when the village finds that that action is probable or imminent. Clerk Lauken.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova. Yes. Trustee Constados.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay, we will go into executive session at 7:29, and we will be back after that. Open session at 8:40 PM. Clerk Lauken, could you please do roll call?
Trustee Alfano.
Here.
Trustee Cordova. Here. Trustee Constados.
Here.
Trustee Kozar.
Here.
Trustee Kumar.
Here.
Trustee Sabri.
Here.
Okay, so we are now moving on to item 10, staff reports. We have 10A, the FOIA summary report from February 26, and FOIA requests from February 2026. 10B, gaming report from February 2026. 10C, the community and economic development February 2026 report. 10D, public works, parks, capital projects update for February 2026. And 10E, February 2026 revenue and expense report as of 3/19/2026. Are there any questions or comments from the board on 10A through E? Okay, seeing none, we are going to go ahead and move forward. We do not have any more ordinances for first reading. We have an ordinance for second reading. 12A, an ordinance amending Section 3-13A of the Municipal Code of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, decreasing the number of Class AAA liquor licenses and increasing the number of Class I liquor licenses. This ordinance would adjust the number of liquor licenses available with a AAA and I classifications. This is a second reading. The Liquor Control Commission recommends approval. Do I have a motion for the ordinance?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Cordova, do I have a second? Trustee Kumar. Okay, is there any discussion? Trustee Kumar.
The I classification, can you explain the requirements in terms of food sales? Because there was some confusion that comes up and down about that, Attorney.
Attorney Morton, could you
Morton,
read
please.
the statute?
Sure, this is in our ordinance, where there is a restriction that no restaurant license, this is in section 3-303, no restaurant license shall be issued or reissued unless the sale of liquor produces less than 50% of the total gross receipts for any such restaurant. So the combination of food and gaming revenue would need to be more than the liquor revenue for it to qualify as a restaurant. So if it did not meet those standards, then it would not meet the standards of a Class I license.
All done? Okay, Trustee Cordova.
Sorry, it's food and gaming revenue over
It
liquor?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. It does not specifically say gaming, but it says total gross receipts. So since the gaming revenue goes to the same entity that has the restaurant, I would look at that as being a combined revenue.
Go ahead.
Trustee Kumar.
Is that across all our ordinances, and is that the only acceptable way of writing those ordinances? Because my fear is, I mean, it's not this particular firm, but all firms in the future, there could be issues where that they open up as a certain business and then become just gaming later, and that would automatically satisfy that requirement.
Right, if the gaming were more than 50% of their revenue? If it
Yes.
was just gaming and liquor, yes. There is a way to rewrite this to specifically state that it's based on food. This applies to not just Class I, but any of the ones that are classified as restaurants under Class E as well.
So what would you suggest for that? Because that, I think, is important. I don't think people would vote on this at this point until we get that information, at least not most of our board.
So I don't have a recommendation as to what it should read. That's a policy decision of the board. We can write it however you want to, within limits, because local liquor control is given authority to control how their licenses are classified and delineated as much as you want. So if there's a way that this board, the majority of the board, would rather have that restriction for restaurants or any other license, you can have it read that way, and we can draft it up. In terms of process, That is something that now, we make sure that these amendments go before the Liquor Control Commission, and then it would come to the board for consideration.
I'm just thinking of long-term fairness across all our businesses, and that I want any business who wants to run this to have the same fair situation, whether they have gaming or not. I haven't been against gaming at this particular location, or nor will I be, but I want to make sure that the restaurant business is their main business. And I have a fear, as the ordinance is written now, that doesn't support that aspect at all. Otherwise, honestly speaking, with all the gaming companies out there and they're pushing gaming everywhere in the state of Illinois' position, right, with gaming, we're not gonna have any restaurants in town, is my fear. Because, it's easier to run a gaming facility. I mean, you don't have the same overhead, but I still want to support the businesses to use that as a supportive revenue stream. But I also want them mainly not to be a gaming place. So I need to kind of work out that possibility. Any suggestions from the rest of the board? Because this is something that's concerning.
Trustee Constados?
Thank you. My take on this is this, and this is not directed towards anyone individually. I'm looking for an overall. I think that our licenses are all a mess. I hate to say that, but I'm just going to say it. I think they're all a mess. I think, honestly, they all need to be relooked at. They all need to be rewritten. If it's something that's going to require 50% food or whatever, let's get this intact. Let's clean this up. So that way, when somebody does come for this license, there's a clear process that they know what to do. They're not coming blindly. They're not being told, go here, go there, go, and then this is the license that goes with my business model, and they're clear as to what the requirements of that license are. My fear is I want no businesses to be unclear, and they start to do business, and then something comes up. And now it's, you're not making enough in food, or you're not making enough in this, and you're not making enough in that. Now, do they lose their license right away? How many times do they have to qualify? There's so much gray, and being a business owner, that is scary for a business owner. So, me personally, I'm not for opening any licenses right now, whether it's an I, an E, an A, or whatever. My ask is that we ask the Liquor Commission to relook at all of our licenses in the ordinance and put this, package it together better for our businesses to come and know exactly what to do and what each one stands for.
One comment that I'd like to make is that the local Liquor Control Commission has been revamped and basically been in its new existence in less than a year.
Yeah.
And part of the reason that is because the previous Liquor Control Commission, the last time that they actually met to discuss something was when Trustee Kozar actually had a business in town and they wanted to count his cheese curds. Things along that nature. So part of the thought behind restructuring the Liquor Control Commission was so that way we could have this opportunity to revisit that. And I think in the time that it's been established, less than a year, we've already taken major strides towards doing that. We've created new types of license. We have that commission looking at things like this as well. This is something that is on the radar as well. So we are looking at how do we make it easier for businesses. We are looking at the communication aspect as well. Currently, our website shows the process for how to apply for that and what it means. Each license is listed on there as well. Now, part of what the state statute allows the Liquor Control Commission to do is to hold hearings if necessary as well. So if a business was on a specific type of license, and they didn't meet one of the criteria of that license, is that it would go to a hearing. And the Liquor Control Commission could listen to what is presented. Maybe there was just a bad year, or a bad month in business, or something along those lines. And that's everything that that commission takes into consideration before coming up with a recommendation to the village board on what to do next. So there is a process and a system in place for doing that. And we have been working on clarifying and making it easier for businesses to understand that process.
I understand that and I respect that, and I'm not in any way saying that the commission hasn't. We've come a long way, okay? What I'm saying is we still need some distance to go, because to ask a business owner to come to a hearing because they may or may not lose their license because of whatever the case is, it should just be clear from the get-go. You know what I mean? Not kind of like, you know what I'm saying? A little more clear, rather than, having them have to come to a hearing or whatever. I think it just needs to be revisited. I mean, we've been talking about licenses for a long time, and I think it just needs to be cleaned up. And I know it's being worked on. I'm not taking any discrediting that, so don't take this the wrong way. I'm looking at it from a business owner's perspective of, when you own a business, you need to know how everything's going to operate. There's no time for guessing.
Well, and what I'll reiterate is that this commission hasn't even been around for an entire year yet. And I understand what you're asking, and that's the direction of this commission as well.
Right.
But if you want instant results, that's impossible, because these are the things that the commission actually meets about. They do their homework outside of here. They look at what can be clear, what can be well-defined or changed if necessary, and they are doing that. So I ask, give it just a little bit of time, and you're going to see the difference in how it's easier for businesses to understand what each license entails and what happens if, for instance, like we were talking about, if they weren't able to meet that. But that is why the state statute allows the commission to have those hearings. A hearing isn't necessarily a negative thing. A hearing's exactly that. Why is this the case? Why weren't we able to meet that 50%? And then it's basically up to that commission to make that determination whether or not they give them, some slack on what that might be.
Sure. And I get that, and I'm not saying I want to see this done right this minute. I'm saying my personal opinion is I'm not open right at this moment to open any licenses, whether it be an A, a B, a C, a D, or I, or whatever, until I would like to see it cleaned up a little bit more. And if it takes 1 meeting, 10 meetings, I'm not saying they're not working at it. I'm not saying that they're not going to continue to work on it.
So one of the things that we could do...
That's my personal preference, is what I'm trying to say. It's not about one individual facility or not. It's not on one type of license for me. It's the whole picture.
So one of the things that we could do as a board is we can direct our commissions to investigate things. We've done that before in the past. So when you're saying it's not clear for you, can you give me specific examples so that way I could go back to the commission and say, we need to look at this?
Well, for example, we're talking about the I and we're talking about the 50%. I mean, so how does one even calculate that? Is there some sort of a system that every restaurant is going to follow the same system to come up with that 50%? If it is, what is that system? How do they do that system? How often do they tell you they're 50%? I mean, it's a broad... I'm not asking for answers for all these questions. I'm just simply saying, as a whole, when a business applies for a license, they should be able to look at said type of license in their business and say, okay, I can qualify for all of this. This is what's best for my establishment and my business model. So this is the license I need to apply for.
And that is available.
They should be able to know all the things they need to qualify for and how they go about doing that. So to my knowledge, I don't know, how does one show their 50% or more?
Well, what I'm getting at is that is listed each license is listed on there, and it tells you that.
So-
We cannot direct a business to take a specific license. It has to be on them to do that. So when it's listed, it's on, the obligation is on the business
Right.
to review which license is most accurate for them.
Right? Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
I just said that. But what I'm saying is, it should be clear and concise. If you're a restaurant, you should know what you need to do as said restaurant to meet your requirements to keep your license. And if you don't, what are the consequences? What happens? None of that's in there. None of that's in there. So that's what I'm trying to say. As a business owner, business owners have the right to know that information. You know, if the EPA comes into my place and whatever, you know, if I don't have the proper safety gear or this or that, I have the right to know what's going to happen. Am I going to get shut down? Do I get 2 weeks to fix it? Or, I mean, it's, you know, that's all I'm saying. I think that, like, to ask the commission to do that and to look more into each individual licenses, what they have to do, whatever qualifications they need, whatever information they need to supply the village with, it should be concise and clear. So that way it's there, every business sees it, it's the same for every business, so forth, so forth. That's all I'm trying to say. That's my personal opinion. I'm not selling it to anybody, I'm just explaining it right now. That's all.
Trustee Cordova?
My understanding, I've been following this and watching the Liquor Commission, and it seems like it's pretty well plotted out on what a business needs to do, what they need to have, how they need to prove out what they're doing in order to keep the license. Is that correct? I know there was a restructuring of the commissions, and that was one of the first thing they did was outline what you need to do in order to get your license and what you need to do in order to keep your license. So it's, I'm a little confused, because my understanding is that's all done. And it says the Liquor Control Commission recommends approval. That's it.
Trustee Alfano?
Thank you. I hear what Trustee Constado says, because back in October of 2024, we were having the same discussion, and it was my understanding that staff started working on an overhaul that we were supposed to be expecting July of this year. And so I don't know if some of that work already exists, or if the Liquor Commission has reached out to staff, but the work was started, or should have been started, because we've been having this conversation for quite some time over rehauling and revamping and understanding what comes with which license and what requirements come with it. So I'm just asking if we could look into that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can't speak to what staff did prior. You said 2024.
That was a long time ago.
The commission was established in what, June of 2025? Okay. So we can look into that, Manager Rivas, to see where that stands. But also, the way that the commission is structured right now, I think is a lot better than what it used to be. They meet regularly, every month. They discuss these things and they look at that. So whatever we turn up with what the staff was involved with in the past, we could try to bring that to the commission, but I don't know what that is.
Just try not to reinvent the wheel if it's already there. Save some manpower is just my thought. That's all.
Trustee Kumar?
It's about the criteria for me. It's not about anything else. The criteria, just ideally, anyone who has gaming will meet it. That's how we've set the criteria. So that criteria means they'll meet it. They'll automatically meet it because gaming is such a large revenue source, so they'll meet it. And is that what we want? That's fine. I will vote for it, but I think that criteria has to be revisited. My only question, irrespective of what we vote for, is it retroactive or not? Because if we vote today, should we vote on any licenses, or should we wait till that criteria is set?
So just to explain something as well, is that once the village issues a liquor license, okay? We cannot take that away unless that's done through a hearing, through wrongdoing. But what I'm getting at, though, is that even if we make a change to that ordinance, or to that liquor license midway through the year, that license that was issued to the business stays the same until the renewal of the next year's license. Does that make sense?
Okay, that's for 6 months, but it is not grandfathered in, am I correct?
No, that's how this works, is that we cannot, once you issue a liquor license, whatever the parameters are around that liquor license, stay with that license and that business until we do the renewal of licenses. At that point, the renewal of the license, the new license would have that verbiage in there, and then that would be communicated to the establishment or any of those changes with the new liquor license.
So if we do that, there's a risk that we can actually change this license halfway in point in like a year and a half and then like pull a rug from someone? Wait, I mean, that seems kind of not what I would want to do with a business. Then we should fix it now. Like, if we're gonna pull the rug, that's a problem.
It's not pulling the rug.
Oh,
because
we
you can't-
could, I
you
mean, we
can't
could,
take
we may
something-
not, we could.
All right. Trustee Cordova.
We just did that, like, not that long ago, where we had a liquor license fee, and then we tripled it. So we do that here. We
But
do that up here.
Just so you're just so you understand, though, the timing of when that happened was at renewal season.
Right.
So they didn't pay on their past one, they paid for the newest one.
First one, yeah, on the next one, that's what I'm saying. That's
Right.
the same premise. If in July, we're like, hey, this has to change, then we make that change, and then next year, when they renew, they have to.
You're talking two separate things. You're talking about fees, and you're talking about licenses.
So now I'm talking about, yes, no. I'm talking if we make a rule change right now, because we're going to change it, right? We're going to say yes to whoever it is. And then if we send it back to the commission and say, hey, can you figure this out? And then by July, they figure out a change or a different wording of the ordinance, and it passes through, it comes to us, we say yes. On the renewal next year, whoever has these licenses that it impacts, then they have to either renew or not renew.
Correct. And that's the choice that every establishment has
Right.
now with a liquor license.
So with, and going back, we did that with the fees. So all I'm saying is, there's no reason to say no, because if we need to change it, or if we feel the need to change it, we can ask the commission, hey, can you investigate or whatever you guys want to do? And they come back and say, hey, we actually made a change, we listened, or we did some investigation, and this is the right way to do it. Great, let's make it happen, and then next year, we say, hey, it changed. You can either renew or not renew. But that's not a reason to say no to this one.
Is there any other discussion?
It's for.
Over this way.
Trustee Kozar.
I think trustee Constados makes some excellent points, that we have issues with all our licenses, and we need some clear kind of changes and definitions with it. I think that trustee Kumar has some excellent points too, with her concept of pulling the rug, although I don't know that it's really pulling the rug, but I think her point, to paraphrase, is that if somebody's gonna get a license, they should be able to rely that that license is gonna basically be the same moving forward and not change in a couple of months or some short period of time. And the way that this particular license is written, trustee Kumar is correct, that it's really just, if you have gaming, you're gonna qualify. So that should be revisited. I think that the intent of this was written before gaming was made legal, and the intent was that food was your primary business, everything else was collateral or secondary to it. And I don't think that the ordinance has changed with the times. So sticking with that original concept or original intent, your food sales would be 51%, and your gaming and your liquor sales would be 49%. also to trustee Constantos's point, who gets audited? When are they audited? Are they random audits? Or is a future administration allowed to use the ordinance as a tool to go after one particular business rather than doing it fairly as the equal protection clause of our Constitution would argue or mandate that it should be, and everybody is either scrutinized or not scrutinized the same way. And I bring that up because in our past regime with President Kazone, they used that as a way to isolate my business. The only time that a business ever had to open their books and look to see what their food sales were when Kazone and his cronies, Ray Rupsearch and Al Boltice, wanted to investigate my books and called me to a two-day hearing, which required me to pay for an attorney to do so, or to do it, because as an LLC, you can't represent yourself. And went through and, like President Patrick said, wanted to count my cheese curds. And it was ridiculous. And nobody before and nobody after has had to face such scrutiny. And to Trustee Constato's point, that should be all laid out. How are those hearings going to be, and how is somebody going to have to account or be audited for their sales if that's a requirement? So I agree with Trustee Constatos and I agree with Trustee Kumar that we should fix it before we issue it. And I would propose to the board that no licenses be issued until such time that the board is secure in the wording of those ordinances, has revisited those ordinances, and believes that they're in the best interest of our village. Trustee, why am I drawing a blank on your name? The trustee to my right, Trustee Cordova, tried to use the example about raising fees, and every year fees are raised. That's not unusual. We raise fees to a large extent, 3 times, as he said, for only certain licenses that allowed gaming. And as a result, I think it was 12 or 14 establishments in Villa Park decided they weren't going to have gaming anymore. That's tremendous. That's great. Little Villa Park, Las Vegas, did not have another 14 casinos in it. And I think that absolutely benefited Villa Park. So the analogy between the meat of the ordinance and what you can and can't do and the fees that are charged don't really align. They're two separate things, apples and oranges. But I would encourage the board to send this all back to the Liquor Commission. Let's revisit the liquor licenses, make sure they actually reflect what it is that we on the board think is in the best interest of Villa Park, and then consider offering up or creating new licenses. Because I remind everybody on the board, nobody's entitled to any sort of license. We're creating a new license. There are no available licenses here. So the question becomes, do we want more licenses in Villa Park? Not, here's a pool of existing licenses and we've decided that there's going to be 28 or whatever that number is. We're just adding on, one by one by one. How many licenses do we actually even need in Villa Park? How many liquor establishments, how many gaming establishments do we need in Villa Park? Is it in the best interest of Villa Park? Is that the kind of community that we want to have in Villa Park? Thank you.
I agree, Trustee Kumar, Trustee Constatos, and Trustee Kozar. One of the things I'm going to ask you to do offline instead of right here, so that way we could move on, is that moving forward, I would like you to send me an email regarding the requests, specific requests to the Liquor Control Commission about exactly what things you would like them to focus on. I know it's easy to say all of the licenses, but if you can help us narrow that down. I also like the idea about having an idea of what some of those issues look like, how do we keep it consistent for everybody? So that's what we'll do is come back to me with those and email those to me so that way I can bring them to the Liquor Control Commission. Clerk Lauken, we're ready to vote.
Trustee Alfano.
No.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constados.
No.
Trustee Kozar.
No.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
No.
Okay, we're going to move on to 13A, an ordinance authorizing the sale of debt certificates for the approved purchase of village vehicles, 3 squads, 1 dump truck, not to exceed $463,750. This ordinance formalizes the board's recent approval of the purchase of financing of 4 vehicles by issuing debt certificates. Staff recommends approval. Do I have a motion for the ordinance?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Constados, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Trustee Sabri, is there any discussion? Trustee Cordova?
Just trying to understand, I know we talked about it, but, $463,000, just want to understand where the financing for that's going to come from. I know we talked about it a couple of weeks ago, but not everyone watches these, so you can get somebody to come up, tell us where it's at, if it's budgeted for, if it's not budgeted for, what's not going to be budgeted for, where that budget's going to come from.
Manager Rivas.
I'm going to defer to Finance Director Micah.
So this is when we presented last month the 3 squad cars and the dump truck to the board to purchase and move forward on it. We got a quote from several different banks, and we decided to go with Wintrust Bank to secure the loan. We budgeted $75,000 in the Fund 50, which is the debt service fund, or excuse me, I'm going to back up. The equipment replacement fund. I can't remember what name that is, but I apologize. I think it's 64, 65. I'm still learning my numbers in that terms for the funding. But we originally budgeted $75,000 for the the annual payment. We took this loan out, or we're looking to take this loan out for 3 years to have those vehicles paid off in 3 years. The monthly amount is going to be $83,000. So as part of the amended budget for 2026, it's asking for an additional $8,500 to be transferred from the general fund to the equipment replacement fund to be able to make this payment. And as I'm working on the 5-year budget projections, the next 2 years' worth of payments are going to be budgeted into the equipment replacement fund to make payment for these vehicles. I know I stumbled a little bit, but hopefully you followed.
That's perfect, thank you.
Thank you. So I have a first and a second. Is there any more discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constados.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri. Yes.
Okay, we're moving along to 13B, an ordinance adopting an amended budget for the Village of Villa Park, County of DuPage County, State of Illinois, for all corporate purposes in lieu of an annual appropriation ordinance for the fiscal year commencing on January 1st, 2025, and ending on December 31st, 2025. Do I have a motion for the ordinance?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Constados, do I have a second?
Second?
Second by Trustee Kozar. Is there any discussion? Trustee Kumar.
I'm happy to let this go forward. I know we need 2025 cleared out, and we've had a lot of discussion about it.
Any other discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constados.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to 13C, an ordinance adopting an amended budget for the Village of Villa Park, County of DuPage, State of Illinois, for all corporate purposes in lieu of an annual appropriation ordinance for the fiscal year commencing on January 1st, 2026, and ending on January 31st, 2026. Do I have a motion for the ordinance? Trustee Kumar, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Constados, is there any discussion? Trustee Alfano.
Yes, I do have some questions for Director Micah, if she wouldn't mind, just about the amended budget. Do you know, can you clarify how much of a deficit we are expecting in this particular year's budget now that we have some changes?
So you mean, I'm sorry.
What is the deficit that we are expecting?
So originally what we passed back in December was a little over $13 million overall for the village budget. In the general fund, it was $5.1 million. With this proposal in front of you for the general fund, it would be adding an additional $259,000 to the general fund, and then another $78,000 would affect the general fund because there's looking for a transfer potentially for the Parks Fund with that cannabis restructuring on that aspect. The other funds, they're just cleanup items, if you will. The 8,500 is what I just mentioned earlier for the replacement fund. The water and wastewater funds, they handle themselves because they're enterprise funds, so within their fund balance on their side.
Okay, thank you. Does that 13 million deficit, or 13 million-ish deficit, already factor in the $10 million grant payment that we were waiting for? Okay. Is that $13 million then coming from our savings or reserves? How are we covering that?
So a lot of that is, some of it is coming from the reserves. Well, most of it's coming from the reserves. If you look at, in the general fund, there was the $5.1 million deficit. So the thought process is that with the $10 million that we received from IDNR in 2025, there was a $5 million, we're projecting to have a $5 million surplus in 2025, so that $5 million surplus, deficit in 2026 would wash itself out for 1 year. It's part of my statement that I made when we went through the budget process, that we need to look at future for the general fund to get it to balance to zero as much as possible. The other fund, there's another about $5.6 million in the TIF funds alone that look at deficit spending. Yes, you are looking at borrowing that money from our reserves, but what you're doing is you're really borrowing from itself, in the sense that future property tax monies that are going to come into that fund will replenish that in itself, but that will take a couple years to get to. I don't know what projects we have on the horizon and what the reality is. Even though we may have budgeted for those projects to come online, I'm not quite sure that they're going to take place. I think we were being a little bit maybe cautious on that. The water and sewer funds, I believe the sewer fund is still at a surplus at the end of the day. There's a little bit of a deficit, I want to say about either $200,000 or $300,000 on the water side, but that's an enterprise fund, so it's self-sufficient that way.
Okay, also, can you tell us how much we currently have in reserves?
So it's roughly about $20 million that we have right now.
Okay, so then if we're taking that 13 million, even if we're paying ourselves back with the TIF later, we'll still be down to 7 million currently, or 7 million-ish from the reserves, right?
If everything were to occur, yes.
Okay. Is there a plan that you know of to recoup the funds that we're using to cover the deficit to put back into savings? Do we have that plan, or is that something that we're planning on working on for the budget
No,
season?
there's nothing in place right now. What I'm working on is a 5-year budget plan that I just haven't had time to, after Trustee Cordova, you asked about it about a couple meetings ago. With everything going on in our department, I just haven't had a chance to continue working on it, but it is on my horizon.
Okay, so what I'm hearing then, I'm a little concerned to have the 13 million coming out of the reserves and only having 7 million left. I'm making a motion for our village manager, our finance director, and our department heads to revisit this 2026 budget and make necessary revisions to cut our deficit. I'm suggesting $2 million total. I'd like to have discussion with other board members. And then I would like for them to provide the board an update in 30 days. That is the motion that I'm asking for.
I'm going to second that.
Just for clarification, can you repeat the motion?
Yes, I will repeat the motion.
May I interject?
Yep.
Just for purposes of your motion. Is this in lieu then of adopting the ordinance today?
Would it have to be in lieu of adopting this ordinance
doesn't
today?
have
That's my
to.
question.
It doesn't
What
have
is
to be.
the-
If your direction is just to do that separately, then I would suggest that you do it after this vote, and then, and you could, I mean, if there's no objection, you could raise it right after or bring it up during new business, unless the intent was to not pass this ordinance and do this instead.
No, that wasn't my intent. I suppose I'm going to go back to our financial director then and say, is there a reason why we wouldn't want to pass this and then also ask for us to take a look at revisions?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Sure. If we pass the ordinance that we have in front of us now, and then we make the motion to find $2 million or whatever we might come up with, would one affect the other, financially speaking?
I think you're, in my opinion, I wouldn't do that. I would just say go back to the drawing board and, because if we're going to pass this, you're adding to the deficit, and then if you're saying to cut, then we're going back. So it's kind of, you're doing duplicative efforts.
That was my thought too, so I do believe that this is in lieu of passing this ordinance. So the motion is for our village manager, our finance director, and department heads to revisit this 2026 budget and make the necessary revisions to cut our deficit by $2 million total, and to provide the board an update on that work in 30 days.
Okay. So there is a motion. Do I have a second? Trustee Kumar? Okay, is there any discussion? Trustee Cordova?
In addition to that, can you let us know where we just, and I just learned that we said no to 14 gaming places, where our revenue has fallen off and how we got to here. So if we just said no to 14 gaming places, that's loss of revenue, right? We get loss of revenue to the municipality. I would like to understand what that looks like we're doing the next 4 years or even for the rest of this year, what that looks like. And then, yeah, I think that would be, and then any kind of loss of revenue in general. So if we had revenue of $2,000 in a line item last year and now it's $1,500, I'd like to understand why and where that $500 went. So it's just a plus minus.
Trustee Constados?
Thank you. Okay, so I have a couple questions. So we're looking at this here, and basically, this proposed amount you were asking for was in addition to the 13 million we're already, so it was going to boost that up even higher?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Then my suggestion is, I'm going to say I'd like to see more than 2 million cut. That's a big deficit. I mean, and for us to take that from our savings, we're taking more than half, which turns out to be, what is it? Like, I mean, we shouldn't be allowing ourselves to go into a deficit that, what does it calculate out to, like 18% or something like that? More, 18% of our income, our revenue coming in at this point? Is that not what it calculated out to?
About 18-19%, somewhere around.
Right, so we're going into a deficit by 18 or 19%. That's a lot. That's a lot. I would like to honestly see more than 2, because by the time you tack this in, well, there's your 2. You know what I mean? So, quite honestly, I don't believe that 2 is enough. I think that we really need to go into our budget and look at things and really weigh what is most important right now. I mean, I can't justify spending all this money and We're still gonna have, you know, streets that aren't all finished. We're still gonna have people saying we don't have a pool. We're still gonna have trees that aren't cut or this or that. But look at the residents and say, well, we could give up, and I'm just throwing scenarios out. We could give up some streets being done, we could give up some trees being planted, we could give up this, and that, and we're gonna not go into a 13 million deficit this year. We're only gonna go into a, let's say, I don't know, 8 million deficit. I'm just throwing numbers out. And I don't think there'd be a resident that'd be upset about that, you know what I mean? We have to look out for our money. We have to remember too, whatever we spend this year, what's gonna happen next year? What's gonna happen next year? Because everything's gonna increase and our budget's gonna go up again and we're gonna have less money in our reserves. Then what? How long before we run into a situation where we're like a couple municipalities who don't have the money for their deficit, if they're in a deficit? I don't ever want to see our town in a situation like that. I think that we should, and we have excellent department heads that can look at this and I know can prioritize and say, this is something that we can totally put off for 1 year. I'm not saying forever, but I really, really think we need to cut this more than 2 million. I don't think 2 million is going to do any justice on this at all. That's just my take on it. I mean, I'm looking through some of this, and I'm seeing, for one, $100,000 credit card service fees. I can't even believe the village is still covering that. Like, nobody does that anymore. My business, my customers kiss me because they're only charged 2.5 because that's the deal I have made with my credit card company. There's companies out there that charge 4.5%, 5%, and they're making money off their customer. So why not contact our credit card company and say, hey, what do you charge us? Is it 3%? Great. Pass the 3% on. Everybody's passed that on. We're still stuck in the day of, you know, paying for it. When you're a business, that's your profit. That's why businesses don't do that anymore. There's places we can cut back in going through and looking at things. And I really think that we need to do that. That's just my take, and I'm not trying to be harsh, and I know it's not what anybody wants to hear, but I mean, in the long run, $13 million, it's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Lot of money. And that's not even saying that we're not going to go over, because as we've seen from previous administrations, it always goes over. So where's even something, you know, saying that that's not going to happen? This is just a prelim, you know? That's just my suggestion. I think 2 million is not going to be enough. I would suggest trying to cut even more. I'd like to see more cut, and I believe our team can do it.
Trustee Costados, I agree. I think, and I agree with Trustee Alfano. I think this is something that we could do. Of course, though, we have to rely on our experts, our finance director, and the people in those positions. So I would be in agreement with the motion and the second that's on there, and use the 2 million as a starting point for further discussions as well. Trustee Alfano?
Thank you. I know that Trustee Cordova had mentioned where, finding out where we may have missed revenue, but I would also ask that we look at where there are increases in spending. I think that that's also, like, when you're looking at a budget, those are the two things, right? Where we're spending and where we're not getting any revenue. I think that's important. And I want to just say, like, we have to pay attention to what's going on in our community. We had a local school district that went out for referenda and it failed. And I work in a school district. When we were upside down in like the 2007s, 8s, 9s, we were asked to, as departments, just come up with, like, you can keep your job or you can find X amount of spending to cut in wherever, here's your budget, what do you want to cut? They gave us 10% was what we needed to do. I'm not suggesting that that's what works for a municipality, but I do understand having to make those tough decisions. I was on that committee for my program. But the idea was to save jobs before, and to make sure that we were showing that there were cuts across the board and there was some equitability or equity there before we went out to referendum for the community. The following year, we did go out for referendum in the community and it did pass by 60%, but you showed that you did the hard work first, and then you show that you're serious and that you are fiscally responsible with the funds that our residents are willing to step up if that should ever happen. But I'm trying to avoid that by making sure that we're finding some ways to cut back now.
Really quick, I think it would be helpful also to see the totals in each account. But also, just for clarification, 5 million in expenses is from the TIF funds.
Correct.
Okay.
That's if you were to spend the full amount. 5 million is in land acquisition.
Okay.
Within the TIF funds, like
Correct.
with funds that are specifically earmarked towards those expenses.
Correct.
Trustee Kumar?
So that 5 million is for land acquisition for a development, I assume, in process, and we have already allocated that fund in the past in our, for that development, correct?
It's budgeted within all of the TIF accounts. It's not, it was just money we budgeted for potential projects that could happen
And so that is a possibility, not necessarily a probability. Right, so it's budgeted, but that doesn't mean that that you're gonna spend that much, it's just a budget. So is it a way to revise that budget to begin with?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that, there itself, you could revise a certain amount down, I assume, in your budget. And so that's one place, but
One of the things to keep in mind, so the North Avenue TIF.
Right.
For example, because that's one of the oldest TIFs that we have around. What tends to happen is that the life of the TIF is 23 years.
Right.
As you start to accumulate funding in that TIF, you want to be able to spend it down. So you've got to get
I got it.
projects online there. So one of the things that we're looking at on the back end is what projects can we move forward with and spend that money on. In that aspect. So for that fund, I think might be a little bit different because there is a significant balance sitting in that fund. So when you're looking at what's been budgeted and what's sitting in there, it should negate itself. It's the other TIF funds that necessarily may not have the monies in there right now because they're young in the early stages of the TIF development. So we need a couple years of real estate property tax money to come in there to get that savings account kind of going or to save up for it to be able to expend on.
No, so I realize there's going to be some fixed amount that we want to spend. I'm not saying cut the 5 million. I'm saying cut it down make it more conservative, right? So that will give you a little shaving room, because there are TIFs where we don't have any money and we don't possibly anticipate anything soon that we may not want to spend on, and there is really nothing coming in. And though it might be in our budget and we increase above our budget to a certain extent, I think that's safer than, putting money where it's not really being spent or might not be spent, right? That affects the budget to a certain extent. But at the same token, that's only one aspect of all the other 5 million still exists. That's one big part of it, so that I can even understand keeping it, because it's just a buffer, it looks like, in our but we still have a $13 million deficit irrespective of that. That's another 8 million somewhere that's being spent, which is a considerable amount of money. And we need to kind of assess where to cut depending on who spends the most, and not just, you need to kind of assess who cuts and where, and do we want it universally across? I mean, I see more other things coming up in the budget that we're cutting revenue sources again in some ways. So, in this, in the agenda where we cut revenue sources, and trustee Cordova's not wrong in that revenue is a big part of this. We can't spend what we don't get, right? So we need to increase our revenue sources in some way, and I don't see a real revenue plan. I see mainly just, we need more and we need to spend more, and we can't spend what we don't have. I mean, if you don't have the income, it's not going to get spent. So either we need to support buildings and, infrastructure and TIF extensions and or whatever needs to be done, but we need revenue coming in, or we need to ticket more, or we need to do something else to get more revenue. So we need to think outside of the box about revenue. Otherwise, it doesn't matter what we do, we're going to end up broke.
Director Micah, really quick, just for clarification, the corporate fund deficit is only 3.2 million, is that correct?
No, 5.1.
It's 5.1?
That's what was budgeted.
Attorney Morton?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, too, we talked about the TIF funds, looking at the revenue and expenditure report. Among those TIF funds, it's about 5.6 million expenditures over revenues, coming just from TIF funds for TIF projects. And then street improvement is 4.4. So the vast majority of this are allocated to those expenses, not those, enterprise funds unique to those purposes, street improvements or TIF, rather than the day-to-day corporate activities of the village.
Correct.
So I guess the clarification is the 2 million that's being cut, that's not just to the corporate fund, right? That's intended across all of those. You could cut 2 million, I don't know specifically, but you could cut 2 million from street improvements, and then that would meet the goal.
If that's what's being asked, yeah, I'm
Trustee Constados?
Thank you. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to tell you where to cut. That's what our staff is for. So let's let them look at the budget and cut where they think. I don't think cutting in one spot is ever good. I think our staff, we pay them for their expertise. They're good staff. They'll be able to look at where we can make our cuts. We're asking them to do it. Let's not tell them where to go to do it. They're going to tell us, for one. For two, just want to touch base a little bit on Trustee Cordova's comments of revenue. Yes, we do need more revenue. However, you made a comment about, but we're denying 14 places, gaming or whatever. No, 14 licenses had the ability to do gaming if they wanted to, okay? And they chose not to because they didn't want to pay the extra money, and it didn't fit their business model. And that's okay. There was no extra revenue coming in from there, okay? And we have to stop being a town where we are going to take the quick, fast money, quick, fast revenue, open a bar here, gaming over there. This is why we can't get real development here. This is why we can't get real businesses here. A business isn't just gaming and beer and drinks and bars. No, it's not. It's not. Think of all the other business owners in this town. Do you know how many of them I have heard say to me, what about us? All I ever hear this board talk about is people who have bars. Bars, bars, bars. What about the bar owners? What about my license? What about my gaming? We need to make income. We need to subsidize. Who subsidizes my business? Who subsidizes my auto shop? Anyone? Nope. Who subsidizes the hair salons or the grocery stores or any other type of business in this town? We are sending a signal that all we then care about is bars. And that shouldn't be true. There's other businesses in this town that deserve just as much rights as everybody else. We can't help them subsidize. And that's not right either. And that doesn't mean that they don't mean as much. So I don't want to hear no more about the COVID stuff. I don't want to hear no more about subsidizing, because when push came to shove through COVID, restaurants and bars got subsidized. Small places like me and hair salons did not, because all that money from the government went to bigger corporations. And us little people, guess what we got left with? Taking out an SBA loan that I'm still paying back. Paying back. Because you're always with the, we're getting rid of the income, we're getting rid of the revenue with the bars.
So
But you're always focused on that topic.
What I
Find
would,
something else. I challenge you to start looking for other avenues. I'm so tired of hearing about that. So
So-
yes, we do need revenue, but we need more revenue than just bars, because we're never gonna get anything else in this town if we don't stop doing that. That's why nobody wants to come here. That's the truth. I'm done.
I will second that. I agree with everything that trustee Constados just said.
You can laugh.
Is that Villa Park has a lot of potential. Villa Park has a lot of potential to expand past bars and gaming. And I think we're doing that. We're making that way. We're headed that direction. But our financial situation has come to what it is, and this is serious, and we have to look at how we spend our money and how we're doing that. But there are other alternate means of revenue. There are options out there, but you have to do the work. You have to go out there and look for those and do that. And to trustee Constados' point, you can't always be taking the easy source there. So we have a motion and a second on the table. And I'd like to have a roll call vote, please.
Can we repeat what the motion is?
Trustee Alfano, I'm going to defer to you one more time.
Yes, hang on a second.
Two of the items in this presentation were for, we neglected to put two positions in the budget. So I just want clarification, because I have an academy date and we have a meeting tomorrow to hire these people, which I tendered the information to all you folks. I wanted to know, based on this, is this something you want us to hold off on? Because those two positions are not, I'll let Director Micah explain that, but they're not in the current budget, which is what we added on there, correct? So and I don't mean to interrupt or interfere, but I just want to make sure that I know which direction to go tomorrow with the F&P as far as the police academy with these individuals.
Let me, just some clarifying questions for you, Chief, is that, so what you're saying is basically we have two candidates ready to go to the academy, but we are holding off based on whether or not it's approved financially.
Right now, we have 3 openings. When Director Mike and I did the budget, I neglected to put 2 of the officers, one of the officers who's currently working here, in one position that's available in the budget, which would, I have the numbers somewhere, what the amount would be, and I don't have my glasses with me either, so. I'm not sure.
That's right.
Chief, are we fully staffed?
No, actually, we're down 2 right now. We need a replacement for Manager Rivas. We need a replacement for Sergeant McCann, and then we also have a replacement for Officer Cruz, who just recently retired.
Okay.
So there's 3. So previously, we were budgeted for 39 on the check. I missed it, so we're budgeted for 37, I believe.
Correct.
So yes, this is, when we did the amended budget, we put those 2 positions back in the budget. So when we're doing this, which is fine, I just wanted to make sure that I knew how to move forward tomorrow. From the board.
Manager Rivas and Director Micah, we're going to have to defer to you whether or not you think that's feasible or not. I mean,
That's not me, that's not the business.
if we, so essentially this motion is going to delay the passing of this, which would affect whether or not you send 2 people to the academy.
If I may, I think essential services we need to keep intact, whether it be police, fire. I think we need to keep those numbers up. You don't want to run into exhaustion. You don't want to start wearing your resources down. We also anticipate 1 more retirement in a short amount of time. We could hold back off on that and adding back that position, which would bring you down 4. in the numbers. But it still takes a considerable amount of time to train people, to get them up and running, to get them moving, to be competent police officers for this community. I think we still move forward with the hiring of those officers. It's still going to take time to make sure they're up and running. So we're still going to be way behind in terms of staffing.
In theory, if we're short, then it also costs significant money for overtime as well.
Trustee Alfano,
So I would like to have legal clarify, can we take the vote on this, and then can we take a look and just vote on the staffing now that we know what that staffing difference and change was, what the change in the budget was? Or do we need to do something different procedurally to make that happen?
My recommendation, if Director Micah can identify the line item in the ordinance, which fund or amount it is, my recommendation would be to approve the ordinance limited to that change, and then to make a second motion either now, if everyone's amenable to it, or under new business for the other portion that you talked about reviewing the budget and cutting from it.
I would suggest let's do it now instead of putting it under new business, if that's the direction we're going to go.
I'm sorry, would
Trustee
I be
Alfano.
able to write it into this motion, or does it have to be two separate motions?
I would ask that you make it two separate motions.
Got it. So I'm going to defer to you on how to make that, how to word that motion.
The first motion is already, it was made by trustee Kumar and seconded by trustee Constados. So,
No,
Made by
me
trustee
and,
Alfano.
yeah, it's me and that.
no, I'm sorry, the original adopting the ordinance, not the amendment.
Oh, yeah.
So, because your motion superseded that,
Yep.
but if we were to go back to the original motion, if they wanted to amend that to limit that approval to just that line item, that would be fine.
Okay, I will amend that motion to limit only to the line item dealing with police and their needs to increase from 37 to 39.
Okay.
I'll
and
still
so-
second it.
Okay, so all right, can you please go
And
ahead
so now
clarify
the
it?
motion on the table is just that limited motion, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
If, Director Micah, if you could identify what that amount is?
Sure, it's 195,407.
So to clarify for everyone, if you're voting in favor of this, that's increasing the budget by 195,407 for police salaries.
Can we have some discussion on that, now that I made the motion?
So the process, there's discussion. Trustee Kumar.
I would advise that in the future, we don't make mistakes in our numbers. It does set a very bad precedence in terms of 39 versus 37. We need to be careful in terms of precedence, that's all I would say. We do understand that we need full staff, but at the same time, those mistakes do come to haunt us on the financial side, which I do not appreciate in any way or form. So I would take it on strong advisement that this be a one-time occurrence.
I think the big thing on some of these things, being that this was the first year that I did the budget in terms of from an outsider coming in to the village, we revamped the entire budget process too. So one of the things that I did tell the board when we were, I believe it was the December 9th board meeting, is that there may be some things that we might miss. So I know that that's not an excuse or acceptable, but being, not just myself being new, but I think I speak for most of us that are new in our roles, that some of these things are going to happen this first time around. So not that I want to make excuses or whatnot, but we did meet a lot and we did try to pare it down as much as we could. But I just want you to know that, just that this was a complete oversight, and there was a lot of these, couple of these other items too, was an allocation where it's a different department, where they're coded because things were done a certain way before, and we're trying to revamp and redo things and start a new process.
I want to just corroborate, I completely understand that your perspective on this, we're not calling into account. I just think that from a department perspective, you should know 39 versus 37. It's just the numbers should be clear at this point, and I'm just saying that we should keep that consistent because we need to know how much we're hiring. I'm clarifying that part. It's not about, I understand that this is a very first budget. This is very different from what everybody's been used to, understood. Oh, no, jeez. Oh, gosh.
Director Micah, I've got a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
How long have you been employed with the village?
10 months.
I'm sorry?
10 months.
10 months, not even a year. And when you were hired onto the village, you inherited quite the project. Our previous administration left you with quite a mess. And in the 10 months that you have been here, you have helped establish a baseline for us and get us through a majority of these problems. Part of the reason why we had this proclamation tonight was because of the thought process going behind of how much work you've put into this and how much work other professionals go into this. But your situation here in Villa Park is unique, being that when you showed up, you had to address the elephant in the room with our financial situation. You have been a tremendous asset to this village in the 10 months that you have been here, so much so that you are part of helping us right the ship and get us to where we're supposed to be. I understand mistakes happen. It happens with anything. I don't want you to worry about that at all. You keep doing a great job. Keep doing the job that you are doing because it is helping us, not just us on this board, but our residents understand where we stand financially. Thank you for all that you are doing. You are doing an outstanding job. And this is a lot that we ask of you, and it's not to be taken lightly. So don't be hard on yourself, and I ask that this board please understand the challenge that was given to Director Micah when she was hired here 10 months ago. And in 10 months' time, outstanding work. Thank you. And this proclamation is for you as well. Do we have any other further discussion about this? And I'm going to ask Trustee Alfano to make sure that we understand it correctly.
Sure. No, I just wanted to thank Chief Kuwich, too, for just popping in and telling us what we needed to know and what we were missing, because that's really important. And if you see that we're rolling down the wrong path, you need to slow us down. So thank you for doing that.
Absolutely, thank you.
That's all I have.
Trustee Kozar.
Chief Kubish, I want to apologize for the public scolding that Trustee Down, I'm not going to mention names, just gave you. It was inappropriate, and I apologize. It was unnecessary. Trustee Alfano, I respect your noble cause of wanting to cut the budget, and it's a good idea, but a motion midstream in a meeting for something that hasn't been discussed, you talk about transparency. This is something much more appropriate for a COW. This is something much more appropriate for a line item on our agenda, instead of hacking up what staff has recommended for a budget amendment and should be brought to a different meeting. I'm very happy to discuss it, but, when you don't like something, bring suggestions, not just orders. So I would encourage you to bring some suggestions on how you want to cut the budget, rather than just ad hoc making a motion in the middle of a meeting. Just the last meeting, we took almost $80,000 that could have gone into our general fund and squirreled it away for a future pool fund. In my household, if you don't have, like when I was growing up, if we didn't have the money for necessities, you don't spend money on luxuries. So, I hear one thing, I see something else. I recommend that we pass this budget amendment as stated, do a COW on how we can cut future things and what makes sense, and maybe make those hard choices, but on the spot, like we're doing now, just doesn't make sense. That's not good governance, that's not good management. Doesn't make sense. So, I'm not in favor of mandating within 30 days, you gotta come back to us and tell us how you're cutting the budget. I mean, every day, Finance Director Micah is looking at the budget, thinking about what's going on. Every department head's looking at the budget, thinking about what's going on. They know that we're in a deficit and they're working at it. So let's have a collective discussion instead of putting somebody under orders to do something that any board member here can read a budget and look at it and make some suggestions. I don't hear any suggestions coming here. What do we want to do? Cut law enforcement? You know, I had to go away for a week. I had business elsewhere in a different state, and my house was empty, and somebody in my household left the front door open and unlocked for a week, and nothing happened. Why? Because Chief Kubish and the police department run a safe town, and we're safe here. That's not to say crime doesn't happen, but nothing happened, and I appreciate all your efforts, Chief Kubish. And then I see you publicly scolded, and it hurts to even hear that. And I don't, you know, it just unnecessary. Our staff is doing a fine job, and we can all work to do better. This is not the way to do it. Pass this amendment, we can come back and pass it again if we find $2 million worth of cuts. But I encourage everybody on this board to treat our staff with respect, especially in a public meeting. Thank you.
Trustee Kumar?
I don't know what to say to that, but I would rather that.
Don't say anything.
Wait, I would rather that others on this board not apologize for me. If I wish to apologize, I'll do it myself. That's how I feel. Now, I still feel that the mistakes that happen with regards to hiring, firing, and the number of people on our roster needs to be looked at and carefully. And this is not for Chief Kubish's department specifically, but all departments that we have. And it was just you that came up as an example in this case, but it's not about one particular department or the greatness of our police staff, which I agree, and that's why the second motion was made to add the two people. So I want to clarify that consistency is very important in terms of our public knowing what we're spending on. If we put 37 people and then shift it to 39, irrespective of anything that happens, that sets off an unnecessary red flag that we do not need to set off. We need to be clear from the get-go. That's all I said. And it has nothing to do with a particular department. It's all departments, right? And I know our staff is doing a fabulous job. I have never disagreed that they're doing a fabulous job. So please don't put words into people's mouth about what I am thinking, Trustee Kozar. Irrespective of that, it is very important that we look at the budget, and the reason we're looking at it is because they came to us with revisions for the 2026 budget. Otherwise, we wouldn't been looking at it at this point. There are revisions increasing our budget and our deficit. Now, at that point, we need to look at it, and I have to agree with Trustee Alfano. The point is when that comes to the table. If it comes to the table, it's our job to look at it, whatever the expenses are, and see where that money can come from, where they can push it from, what is necessary, which may be the two police officers, what is not necessary. And that's exactly what we're doing. And that's all I have to say.
Trustee Constados?
Thank you. I don't think that anybody in any way tried to offend our staff, but we have been reminded about what our roles sitting up here are consistently, constantly, and we cannot micromanage our staff and tell them where to make the cuts. We have to allow them to look at this budget and tell us where they can possibly make these cuts. They know their department, they know what's most important, they know what's not. Nobody's trying to be offensive and saying that they're misspending or mismanaging nobody's saying that in any way, shape, or form. We are simply saying, help us lower this amount. Help us lower this. We're not going to tell you how to do it because we've been told we can't tell the staff what to do. We're asking you to please show us where we can do that. And I think that's kind of simply all we were saying. To have a cow on something like that, I think would just, I mean, in my opinion, now you're having residents talking about it as well, and, I mean, and then you're talking about staff taking a hit from everybody. I mean, now you've got staff now saying things to them. I think that we just need to let staff do their job. We ask, we present with an ask, and then we let them take it from there. And I think that's all we're doing right now. And that's all I wanted to make sure from my part, because I can only speak for myself, I want to make sure staff understands that. That it's just an ask, and that we leave it up to you to relook at.
And I agree with Trustee Constados, is that we have to let staff do their jobs as well, but staff is also the ones that recommended this item being here on this agenda as is. So, Trustee Alfano.
Yes, we talked about having to revisit the budget when we were passing the budget. I do remember Trustee Kozar said, don't worry, we could come back and we can revisit it anytime we wanted. I agree that with what Trustee Kumar says, it came to us. So I think that this is it kind of sheds a light as to why, or part of the reason why we have a $13 million deficit, because we have this thought of, well, let's have a cow about it, let's talk about it, let's do this. No, we really do have to take action sometimes. That is also what we have been told by certain trustees as well, is that you have to make some brash decisions and you have to make them fast. So I don't see why telling staff that we just can't keep spending money we don't have and asking them to find places where we can cut. If we're not going to go to, a premium place to buy paper, we're going to go to a smaller place to buy paper, so be it, if that's where we can get $2 million. But find some of the places where we can cut. I don't see how that is irrational. I don't see how that is irresponsible. And I do know that we have a question on the table, so I call that question for approving the ordinance for the staffing.
I like your paper reference. I hope we don't find Duffer Midland, or Dunder Mifflin.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
But, so call to question has been answered, or motioned by Trustee Alfano, so we are going to go ahead and move forward. If I could have Attorney Morton reiterate what we have.
The first item is the call to question, though. That would need to be voted on first.
I apologize. Do we have a second? Call to question.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
No discussion.
No discussion. Okay, so we'll go ahead and call the question. Do we vote on that then? Okay, roll call vote on call to question.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constados.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
I'll vote yes on that, too. All right, so next, Attorney Morton.
So the motion on the table is a motion to approve the amended budget for fiscal year ending December 31st, 2026, as presented, minus everything except the $195,407 for police salaries.
Okay. And that was motioned by Trustee Alfano and seconded by, who was this?
It was Trustee Kumar and Trustee Constados.
I apologize. Trustee Kumar and Trustee Constados. There we go. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constados.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
No.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay, so now the second part. Okay.
You want me to read it again?
Yes, please.
Okay, so a motion for our village manager, finance director, and department heads to revisit this 2026 budget and make the necessary revisions to cut our deficit by $2 million total, and to provide the board an update in 30 days.
First of all, that's the motion. And the second?
I'm seconding that.
Okay, trustee Kumar. Manager Rivas.
30 days is not long enough. Finance is in the middle of several processes right now. We're in the middle of the 24 audit, we're in the middle of the 25 audit, we're in the middle of the forensic audit. We are also doing the day-to-day bills. We're also, please help me, what else are we in the middle of? And there's a lot of things going on that's causing a major strain in moving forward. This creates another task that's very time-sensitive. 30 days is too short.
That is true. I'll speak to that in the sense that in the memo that I emailed to the board on Friday regarding the 2025 audit, that we have hit a roadblock in the sense that when we were working on the 2024 audit, we were working on data that was based in Cassell, which is our old ERP system. So everything that we submitted, and we worked very closely with the auditors, I'm going to give you a synopsis, is that we did 12 months worth of reconciliations, recordings, everything that you can think of in 3 months. And we got that in there in the system, within the system that we had. Now what happened is as we now are switching gears to close out 2025 and get the auditors here so that we can get in a routine and get on a timely basis, what's happened is that when BSNA was implemented, which is our new software system, the previous administration was asked to make sure that they verify those numbers and that they tie those numbers out so that the system was correct. So when the auditors were in here last week, they showed up on Monday for their field work. We presented the general ledger printouts that we had from the software as well as the bank recs. Everything was done manually by hand because in the sake of time. Come to find out with our auditors that that's not acceptable, and I, looking back at that, should have seen this coming in the sense that none of those transactions, or a large part of those transactions, aren't recorded in BSNA. So the problem that I'm running into is not only have I not been fully staffed since coming on board, the shift in staff, the issues with staff, and then turning around and trying to get all this stuff reconciled, now trying to get 2025 done. We have now hit a roadblock where the ERP system in BSNA is not correct, and we're trying to get that rectified. Now, we promised the auditors they're coming back on site tomorrow to continue with the field work. The presentation and the ask that I gave in the memo was that we were working with the current auditors to work on their accounting side to see if we can get them to come in, since they're very familiar with us, to help us expedite and get that done quicker. There's a lot of transactions both on the deposit side and the disbursement sides that haven't been recorded. So it's creating a lot of work for us, and quite frankly, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be negative, but it's been too much for 10 months. And between two of us trying to do this and where we're at burnout. I don't know what else to say.
Can I?
And thank you for talking candidly. We understand that, and that's kind of where I was going earlier too, is we appreciate that and we understand that, and I think this is where we have to listen to staff. So, Trustee Kumar.
I think the essence is correct with what we're doing. The timeline is incorrect. So I appreciate your candidness. I believe maybe if 3 months would do it, or would you need 6 months? We need that to know when you could get us that information. What timeline is comfortable for you? It's meant to be comfortable to our finance at this point, but we do need to cut the budget where it needs to be cut. But at what point do you think that's a comfortable timestamp to get it done?
Sure. I wish I could give you a very honest answer. My original plan, and if you look in my office, I have a 3-month calendar on my wall, and my anticipation was, as promised, actually, when trustee Cordova mentioned a couple board meetings ago, the target was to get you a 5-year budget plan by the end of first quarter, and we're already here at the end of first quarter, and I'm not even a quarter of the way through. I can get a better gauge after the auditors come in tomorrow. I had, my right-hand woman was here early this morning with me. We were working all weekend long again, getting stuff caught up, and I'll know better when the auditors come in tomorrow and we get a better gauge by the end of this week where we're at, where I can give you a more definitive answer. But right now, quite frankly, it's a lot.
If I could make a suggestion, do I still have the floor? I would like to say that we tabled this particular item until we get more information from Director Micah on timing. We're just tabling it till the next meeting. Is that okay?
Well,
Really quick, so I want to allow Manager Rivas the opportunity to speak.
We hear the board loud and clear. We understand what the mandate is and what the assignment is. What I would tell you is that we have weekly meetings as a staff, and we have a meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m. This will be all we talk about, and this is all we'll be addressing, and where to make the appropriate cuts. A lot of it's contractual, a lot of it is collective bargaining, and those are all locked in, and those are big numbers, because we do have 147 people on staff, full-time. You also have part-timers. All those things figure into this. What I promise you is that this will be a weekly assignment for us to take time out of our department head meeting to address it. So I understand the assignment. We don't take this lightly. We understand where we're at. But I think in order to assist and support finance, we have to listen and read the room, and I hope we do.
Trustee Alfano.
yeah, thank you. This was in no way meant to make you feel more stressed out, because I know how much you've already been doing. We get the weekly reports. We've had conversations about the things that you have sent out, and I appreciate that, and I know that you are working hard. The spirit of this was, it's not just you. So we have other directors who can look at their own budget and say, this is what we can take off from our own budget, and then kind of have that conversation with everybody else and figure that out. So it sounds like that's what we would do on Tuesday mornings from what Manager Rivas just said. But I do think, one thing that I would ask that somebody looks into, because I am a union person, I am a union employee, we have memos of understanding all the time when things change. So yes, we do have contracts, but we also have memos of understanding where you can say, you know what, we are at a budgetary crossroads here, we're gonna need to open up this contract. It stinks, it's not the best thing to do, but it is an option. We've had to sit through that multiple times in my career as an educator, so that we made sure that everybody, again, stayed employed. We were doing what was best for everybody. We were there for the kids. We would take pay cuts. We would stop where we were on our pay scale for 2 or 3 years. That was the ask of our managers. And it was that, or there may be some cuts, and that's not good for anybody, and we service kids. So and the village services the residents. I think that these are things that also sadly need to be looked at when we're looking at a $13 million shortfall. So I'm not sure what that looks like in this capacity, but I do know that those are options out there. And I am open to taking that 30 days out and amending that to just providing the board an update monthly. To tell us, Manager Rivas, you can tell us what that looks like in your meetings from Tuesdays after the board meetings?
Do you want to go ahead?
It's acceptable to the board, yes.
Okay. Would you like to amend?
Yes, I would like to amend that to scratch, providing the board an update in 30 days. Let's just provide the, Manager Rivas will provide the board an update monthly.
Okay, and then the original second was Trustee Kumar.
I will second that again.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
So there is the amendment and a second.
Discussion.
We're good there?
Yeah, I'm good
Okay,
there.
we will open it up for discussion. Trustee Constados.
I'm going to make it brief. I just want to say that I am good with what Manager Rivas said, as long as you're good with that as well. And that update can even be an email. It doesn't have to be an update at the meeting. It doesn't have to be, so I'm open to that, too. Thank you.
Okay, is there any more discussion on the amendment? Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constados.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Can you repeat what this amendment is? It's gone back and forth so many
I'm
times.
sorry, to clarify, this is not the original motion and second amended what the motion was. So this is just on the motion. As it reads, to revisit the budget, cut deficit by 2 billion, and update monthly the board.
Attorney Morton, one more time so everybody is clear.
The motion is to have staff revisit the budget, cut the deficit by $2 million, and update the board monthly on that progress.
Okay.
So not the one.
Trustee Kozar.
It's just suggested.
No.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
What was the outcome of that?
5-1. It was passed.
Okay. So we can move on to,
So the original
13D.
passed, or the one that we revised for Manager Rivas to tell us?
the
Passed.
original.
There's so much confusion.
The motion to revisit the budget and cut the deficit by $2 million and update the board monthly passed.
Okay.
Okay. So we can move on to 13D. The moment you've all been waiting for. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. All right, so 13D, an ordinance of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, granting special uses for the religious assembly use and a drive-in, drive-through facility use for the property located at 507 East St. Charles Road. Manager Rivas.
Thank you, Mr. President. This ordinance approves petition ZBA-25-12 for special use from section 6.1.1, use table to permit religious assembly and drive-in, drive-through facility uses within the existing multi-tenant building at 501 to 507 East St. Charles Road. The Zoning Board of Appeals recommended approval by a vote of 5-1 to 1.
Do I have a motion for the ordinance? Is there a motion for the ordinance?
I'll make that ordinance, or I'll make that motion.
Okay, trustee Cordova, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, trustee Constados, thank you. Okay, now we can have discussion. Trustee Kumar.
Is this, which property is this?
This is adjacent to, I'm sorry if I may.
No, go ahead.
Sorry. It's adjacent to the Jewelry Exchange on St. Charles Road on the east side of the street.
And what is the reason to move there from where they are, which is a more residential? Is the rent lower, or what's the deal?
Well, the layout is also in the packet. Director House is also going to speak more to that.
So this was the tenant space that was the former dry cleaner, and then a adjacent tenant space that is accessed via the rear of the building that houses the jewelry exchange. As far as relocation, from my understanding from the petitioner, they used to own their religious assembly building. However, it's quite large, and with the declining membership of their congregation, they sold that to another religious assembly use. They were renting back space. However, that space has become too small for their pantry ministry, and so they're looking for a slightly larger space to grow their ministries slightly at this time.
Am I correct in this? This is in the TIF district that we are trying to develop economically?
It is.
It is.
It is a property within the TIF.
It is a property within the TIF, and I just feel like that's an economic development space that we need to think of from a revenue perspective, which is something that's concerning to me. I am fully aware, and I love the pantry because you've done a tremendous service over time. But I just feel that we're kind of fitting a circle in a square box here on this particular fit. Is it possible that we can kind of discuss this more in detail before we take a vote on it? Can I table this motion to the next meeting? Because I still have a lot of questions to ask.
Is that a motion?
Or
Did you make a motion?
I'll make a motion to table this to the next meeting, because I still have a lot of questions, because I really don't see this as the ideal space for a church to move. That's just my personal opinion.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a first and a second. Director House, can you, who owns the property?
The owner is the business owner that also owns the jewelry exchange.
So the proposed new tenant would be leasing from that person as well?
Correct.
So if a development were to come into play in this location, it would all be determined based on what the owner of that property was willing to do with that location, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to make that clear to the board, is that while, yes, the area might be a prime location for developing, that this is would be a lease agreement between them and the tenant. And if the owner of the jewelry exchange decided at one point to sell their property, then they would have to also move.
This is not about the jewelry exchange renting to whoever they want to rent to. They have every right to rent to whoever they want to, nor even about the development. This is about a church congregation being in that place and running a pantry in that place. I just simply don't think it's a good fit. I mean, that's my personal opinion. I just want to think about changing the zoning or whatever for them. I mean, why was the decision made to put it here? That's all my question is.
Trustee Kozar.
I have a question for Director House. The fact that the petitioner is a tenant, does this have any effect on their ability or their obligation to pay? Strike that. Does the fact that they are leasing the property, does that give any change to the obligation of the building owner to pay taxes in the same way that they're paying taxes now?
No.
So in short, because it's a religious, what's the term that we use
Nonprofit.
here?
Assembly.
A religious assembly. Thank you, Counselor. It does not affect the property tax status or anything else, so the village does not lose any revenue.
Correct. Because
And
they-
currently that I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, please.
Because they do not own the property, they would still pay the same property taxes as they do today.
And this was a dry cleaner, and now it sits empty. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then does an empty property generate any revenue? So no sales tax from an empty property. And this is a noble, wonderful cause that these people are bringing food to people that don't have it and bringing spiritual support to people who need it. And this is not a business, this is a calling. And members of this board sit up here and say that we got to be responsible stewards in Villa Park. Here's an opportunity to be a responsible steward, guided by leadership and doing what we say, not what we do. I applaud you for finding this public space that people can drive by every day and look over and see it and know that you guys are there to help them. And I don't want to see this postponed. You've gone through the steps. You've talked to our zoning board. You've made the deals that you need to make. You're helping people. And just because one trustee up here, although she agrees the landlord has every right to rent to whoever they want, she's gonna say that it's not a good fit. That's not our choice up here on the board. Does it harm our community? No way. Does it help our community? Absolutely it does. So God bless you, folks. Let's pass this.
One of the things I'd like to say, too, is that this was in the packet early as well, and we've had time to review the designs and everything that were in here as well. Just a note of that. Trustee Constados.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. Yeah, Director House, thank you. I'm assuming when you guys looked at all of this, you took a look at like what the possible traffic and whatnot is going to cause?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
The petitioner did complete a traffic impact analysis, which was reviewed by our village engineer. The engineer who completed the study and our engineer agreed that there would be no traffic impacts. They did look at the food pantry operation as well as the assembly use, which primarily is on Sunday. For the food pantry use, I believe that pickup is on Wednesdays.
Correct.
From 9:30 to 11:30.
I see that in here, yeah.
And there was a stacking distance of about 22 vehicles from the door where they bring out the food to the vehicles for pickup. There is opportunity for additional stacking, so all vehicular movements would be able to be completed on site.
I saw that in there, so I just wanted to make sure that we reviewed that and you didn't, our staff didn't see any issues with the possible parking that it would cause for anybody else who happens to be a tenant then in that building as well, or for the residents in the area.
The minimum parking requirements were all met for all of the other tenants on site as well.
Thank you. Is it possible to ask a question of the people here?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask? No. I have to ask first. My question is, I know that a lot of people, we do tend to get a lot of like homeless people by our train station and by our post office as well. Can you tell me, have you experienced that at your other location where there's people who will be waiting outside or sleeping outside for a few days or anything of that sort? Because I know that that would be a big concern of the people that are residing in that area.
Thank you for that question. It's 10:30, so I will not do like I do on Sunday and preach for an hour. I'd like to answer the question as unpassionately as I can, but I'm going to be very passionate about it because every week we have people that don't get food because they can't get to where we are right now.
Okay.
I take food every Wednesday to anywhere up to 12 people that live from here toward those tracks. They can't get to where we are. Some of them live on the street right here behind you. Some of them live in the apartments right there at the railroad tracks. At least if we're over there, they have a chance to get to us. We will never be a big church. We're not a big church. We're a micro church. Our mission is our work. I live 45 miles from here. I came here 3 years ago because of what mission we do. And the mission we do is to make sure people don't go hungry, even if they're on the street. And if the people who are seniors, and you've been talking about budget all night long and how you need to cut money, every year we provide services to seniors in this area by fixing their houses, fixing their yards, things they can't afford to do, and you can't afford to do. We chose to stay in Villa Park. If we went somewhere else, we could certainly find a residence that would take us. But we've looked in Villa Park, and the only place we have found is the place we're looking at right now.
I still have the floor. Sorry, not you. I was speaking. No, I'm done with your question. Thank you. I would like to make a motion to not table this to the next. And I don't know if we can do, I can do that or not.
If I may, Mr.
Yes,
President?
please do.
You can rescind your second, and then someone else would have to second it.
Okay, I would like to rescind my second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Trustee Kumar.
I'm actually taking the motion off the table here. That was the questions I had about whether you looked for places on the north side which were actually closer to the individuals that needed help. Yeah, so that is basically my concern. Having grown up on the north side, I do know there are a lot of individuals in those apartment complexes that need easy access to the services you provide. And this is still a far cry from that central location.
Trustee Alfano?
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions for Director House. When the traffic study was done, I know that the flow pattern was to go through the alleyway and then out on Oakland. And it was a right turn on Oakland and then a right turn onto St. Charles. Is there a way that that's going to be directed, or is it just this is what they expect people would do?
I think it was just.
You would direct it? Okay.
So I believe they could also make a left onto St. Charles as well.
Or left onto Oakland.
Do you force them to make a right? So, yes.
Okay, and then on Monterey, we do have an issue, because I live on Monterey. There is an issue where it becomes basically a one-way, because every year we end up having potholes. And so I worry about that traffic that might be coming from the south onto Monterey. I think people will skip Villa, and they'll go around Villa right now because of construction, which I would too. But then we have this kind of like bottleneck situation there. So I would ask that staff goes out and looks at that. And I would also ask for staff to take a look at the conditions, as we talked about the owner, the property owner. Take a look at the condition of the privacy fence for the property, because I think if this passes, we're going to want to make sure that that is a solid fence, and right now it is not. It is falling apart. Thank you.
Trustee Constados?
I just wanted to add something else. You spoke about helping a lot of the seniors and stuff, and I am the liaison for the Senior Concerns Commission here in Villa Park. So I think that having you there, we could definitely maybe do something together. So thank you for mentioning that.
Oh, I do have one more question.
Trustee Alfano?
It's another question. My question is, so the food pantry hours are from 9 until 11:30, is that right, daily?
9:30 to 11:30, 1 day a week.
1 day a week. The other question is, are you looking for volunteers? Because I am very close to that building, and I do know that there are tons of people on my block who would support that.
You'll probably be sorry you said that.
Well, I mean, if we're going to find volunteers and then you can
Our
get
entire
involved in this.
pantry is self-funded, first of all. The majority of the people are not members of our church. They are volunteers. So yes, we would love to have people from the community. A number of our people are people who started by getting food at the pantry and then became volunteers. And some of them are even older than me. And so we will be looking for, we'd love to have volunteers. You can see unfortunately, our pantry director had to leave just a minute ago, Joan. But we absolutely would love to have volunteers.
Thank you.
I'm not leaving until you have any other questions.
Trustee Kumar?
I just want to say, the pantry was actually on the corner of my house till now, very close to where I live. And so I've always admired the location. I was kind of sad to see it moving across town, to be honest, as well, because I think some people in Brandywine and other places will find access more difficult. So if you have any suggestions for that, we would appreciate keeping us informed as a board.
Before you sit down, sir, really quick, one comment that I'd like to make is that about 7 years ago, prior to me running for village trustee in this town, I ran into Joan Fuller, who
Just left.
who just left. And Joan was very helpful in getting me familiar with our community, not just our community, but the Christian Church of Villa Park and all that you have done over the years for Villa Park, along with Love Your Neighbor Day. I want to thank you for giving back to our community in all that you have done over the years. It really is a blessing in disguise, or not in disguise, but just a blessing in general that you have been here working this hard for all these years, and you have been able to navigate some rough times, but you're still here. Thank you. Thank you for continuing to give back to Villa Park.
Thank them, they do the work.
Thank you. Is there any other comments? Okay, Clerk Lauken.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constados.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Village President votes yes. Okay, we will go ahead and move forward to our resolutions. 14A, resolution of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, providing for the selection of qualified consulting firms to provide construction engineering services for capital improvement projects. Do I have a motion for the resolution?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Trustee Constados, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Alfano, any discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constados.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
All right, moving forward to 14B, resolution of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, providing for the selection of qualified consulting firms to provide preliminary and design engineering services for capital improvement projects. Do I have a motion for the resolution?
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Constados, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Trustee Alfano, is there any discussion?
I-
Trustee Alfano?
Just a quick thank you for the email with all that information. That was good to receive. Thank you.
Of course.
That's all.
I think I was remiss in not providing that information the first time around. So hopefully that got to everybody and made the difference.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay, moving forward to 14C, a resolution of the Village of...
Vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constados.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
All right, now moving along to 14C, a resolution of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, establishing the membership fees for the Villa Park Recreation Center for 2026. Do I have a motion for the resolution?
I will make that motion.
Trustee Alfano, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Constados, is there any discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constados.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
All right, moving forward to 14D, a resolution of the Village of Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, establishing the pool fees for the village's swimming pool for 2026. Do I have a motion for the resolution?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Alfano, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Constados, is there any discussion? Trustee Kumar.
I have a question about the fees that start later and we're discounting at one point. I'm wondering what the philosophy about that is, because as you know, we're in a short revenue shortfall situation, and discounting any fees at this point when we do not have enough in the recreation budget as it is kind of concerning to me.
If I may, we also have Program Supervisor Sue Earle in attendance, and she could answer that question.
Yeah, so it was brought up at the commission meeting. One of the commissioners recommended a discount for seniors. For the $1 discount for a daily admission.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the swimming pool. In July, I guess there's a change.
So in July, after July 4th, a lot of pools, not a lot, but several pools do a little discount for membership for after July 4th. And so somebody asked me last year if we could do a discounted membership after July 4th because of all the activities that they do with summer school and baseball, and that ends, around July 4th, they wouldn't be able to buy a pool pass until after that. And so, that's half the
Is it-
summer gone.
Do you find that the number of people who buy a pool pass is decreasing because of that? Because from the perspective of us, we have to think revenue. Is the number of people buying significantly lower because of that, you think? Is that what the feeling was?
I don't know, last year, we did sell one season pass on July 4th.
And after that, people
That
drop off with their buying, but that may be that they would have, people will buy at the beginning of season, but just not use, right? So I just feel like, if we go for this, we should have some analysis on, how much we're losing in revenue, because as it is, there's a lot of general fund transfers that happen to the recreation department in general, right? And when we're trying to cut the budget, we're thinking of where to cut the budget. It's dependent on how much revenue we make. And I just need to know, is this gonna increase our revenue or decrease it? And that would be my only question, and my guess is it's gonna decrease, because some people will buy it whether they use it or not. And others will just now go off, now, the way we've set it up, it's not only the people who are in camp or something, it's not like they wouldn't buy it at the beginning of the season, even though they know they're gonna only start using it in July, right? So it doesn't actually make complete sense to me. I'm just confused.
Trustee Kumar,
I'll second
I
that
get-
motion.
Yes.
That's not okay.
Trustee Kumar, it's well known that municipal pools aren't moneymakers. They actually cause a deficit. This is an amenity to our community. And for the longest time, we've every year approved basically the same rates over and over and over. And we've left out some people, like seniors, veterans, and others as well. So this is not a money-making venture, and if you're looking to save money places, I don't think that this is the most appropriate place to be looking. Trustee Alfano.
I serve as the board liaison for the commission, for the Community Recreation Commission, and we did have several conversations about this, but I do know that in the packet, there is some data there that shows some trends of this number of season passes sold, if you're interested in looking at that. It does look like it kind of fluctuates with right after COVID being pretty high, because it was right after COVID and we were outside. We have an outdoor pool. But I think that it's relatively, I would say, flat. So I think that if we could see, is this the first year that we're doing this, Sue?
This is the first year.
So there was discussion of making sure that we have this data so that we can present it to the board after and keeping track of that. So we don't have any data to show how many families would either switch over from a full season pass to that after 4th of July season pass. But it is something that would be provided next year.
I think we could get more people to do it, because, once half the season is over, people will come to the pool, once and say, oh, it's too expensive, I'm not gonna get a pool. But if we have a reduced fee for the end of the season, I just think that more people would buy that later season pass instead of not coming to the pool.
Manager Rivas.
Very quickly, in the packet, and staff have put together, and thank you, Sue, for putting this together, there's a list of comparables of the different towns on page 581 to 582. 3 towns do offer a 50% discount after July, early in July. We only had one that was sold, as you had said, in that time. I think we have to try something to see if this will definitely increase sales. I'm willing to give it a try if the board will.
And just like to also comment that this had been a topic of conversation at the Community Recreation Commission, and it was voted on and approved by the commission as well, right? Yeah. Trustee Kumar.
If this is about overall concern, not just the swimming pool, I understand that, but this swimming pool has a life that is going, and we need to, figure out how to get money towards it in some way or form. So I don't know what else I'm gonna throw it out to the Community Recreation Commission. We really need to think about possibilities for sponsorship at the Recreation Department and other things, since you're up here to make money for recreation. If this is going to make more money, and this is exactly what the discussion was about, if you feel that this is going to bring in more revenue because there will be more people buying the pass at July 10th, I would like some data to continue to collect with regards to this. This doesn't mean I'm against it, I just want to know what the revenue possibilities are.
Trustee Kumar, I'm going to reiterate, this is not about revenue. This is not a money-generating thing. We're not looking to make a profit off of the pool. We are looking to make it more accessible to our residents and to give people an opportunity to experience the pool that might not have the ability to because of other things like baseball or whatnot. As I said earlier, the pools traditionally don't make profits. It's not that way. We should not be looking at this as making a profit either. This should solely be based on the needs of our residents. And again, this was approved by our commission that had in-depth discussions about this. Trustee Alfano.
Thank you. Speaking of the commission, they have already had conversations about sponsorships, and they're really kind of turning their wheels. They do understand that we do have some budgetary issues at the moment, but they also know that the recreation for Villa Park is important. So they're trying to have two thoughts as I listen to their conversations. There are two approaches. So they are trying to think about being fiscally sound as best as they could, while they can also reach more people. And so they are going to be having some other things coming up, but sponsorships are definitely something that has been talked about. And so you might have more information in talking to the chair than I would, but I do know that that's been an area of discussion.
I also think it's very important to understand that the commission is also talking about a plan for a new pool as well. This is in the works. This is something that they've been discussing. We experienced what happened with Lufkin Pool and what happened when there was a lack of planning. And this is the lesson that we've learned, and this is part of the reason why this commission was created this way, so that way they can help us identify some of these things. So the pricing is going to help bring residents to this pool, but also that commission is devoted and working on a plan that's going to be brought to this board. Trustee Constados.
Thank you. We can always revisit this. I mean, we can run it for a year, let's see where it goes, and if it doesn't work, I'm sure staff will give us another suggestion. That's all I got.
Trustee Kumar.
When I talk about revenue, that doesn't mean profit, you know that, right, President Patrick? Profit is different from revenue. We need revenue to run things. We need money to run all the things we do. And so, as wonderful as it is to give people a service or whatever, I'm always going to be thinking about where the money comes from and where it goes, because that is important. So sponsorships is one way to get money. Revenue is different from profit. There is no way a pool makes a profit. It only runs 3 months of the year. It is very hard for it to make a profit, and everybody knows there's going to be a amount transferred from the general fund for keeping it up. The question is how much is transferred versus how little is transferred, how we can keep that to a minimum and still give people services. So I want to clarify that revenue and profit are very different.
I would also like to say that Jefferson Pool is an awesome place to come. We have a brand-new liner in the pool. It is, every year the Parks Department does a great job of getting it ready, and it's going to be ready for the pool season, so
we're-
everybody come to the pool, please.
And we're hiring too, right?
Yes, we're looking on. hiring
Lifeguards,
some lifeguards.
deck staff, the whole 9 yards, right? So if you're interested, or maybe have a student or somebody, send them Sue's way.
Exactly, yeah.
Trustee Cordova.
Yeah, I was looking through this, and I could have sworn it had like a red line in here as to if we were raising or lowering pricing. Are we raising or lowering pricing this year versus last year? For a pool pass, a daily pass, non-resident rate, resident rate?
We're only lowering the daily admission for seniors.
Also veterans, right.
And then are we adding fees?
And then we're adding a late season pool pass starting July 10th.
And that's a discounted rate.
That's a 40% discounted rate from the
Okay.
regular.
So none of the fees are going up from this year versus last year, except, no, that would be it, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have.
I have one.
Just point of order, because it looks like a non-resident is going up, is that $1? Or is it, no, an additional $3? It looks like non-resident fees in different categories is going up for the pool. That's
So
on
the
page-
daily admission is $8 for residents and $10 for non-residents. What we're asking is $1 off for seniors.
Trustee
And
Con-
military veterans.
Trustee Constados.
Thank you. I'm not a swimmer, so don't, I just have a quick question, because I don't,
Teach you.
I don't go to the pool. When does the pool open?
Yeah, it's gonna open on May 30th.
So we open May 30th, okay. And when does it normally close?
So it closes during the week when school goes back in session.
I mean, like what month? I'm sorry.
August.
August.
So weekdays the last day is gonna be,
Like the end of August?
The 14th.
Middle of
And then
August.
starting on the 17th, that's when school starts. So we're not open during the week, but we'll be open for the 2 weekends until August 30th.
So like the end of August is, and then the pool is done till the following season, correct? Okay. So basically what we're saying, just to sum it up, is people will be paying a cheaper price from July to August.
Yes.
I just wanted to make it a little simpler for people to understand. Thank you.
Trustee Cordova.
So looking through the background, do they have to be part of the baseball team in order to get the, no? Okay, so it's
Anyone.
anyone.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Alfano.
Yes.
Trustee Cordova.
Yes.
Trustee Constados.
Yes.
Trustee Kozar.
Yes.
Trustee Kumar.
Yes.
Trustee Sabri.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any unfinished business? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move forward to new business, 16A.
Oh, I do have some.
Okay, back to unfinished business. Trustee Kumar.
I would like to know from staff, just one thing, how much we've paid Baker's Tilly till this point. Okay, that's it. Okay.
Is there any other unfinished business? Okay, moving forward to new business, 16A, the resolution of Village Villa Park, DuPage County, Illinois, authorizing and approving an agreement with SB Friedman Development Advisors LLC for services related to proposed development at 403 North Ardmore, Hawthorne World. Manager Rivas, or Attorney Morton.
Thank you. So just to kind of give the board an overview of why this is on the agenda, it's, spelled out a little bit in the memo, and we heard from the developer's attorney during public comment. The developer has a PUD that was recommended for approval by the Zoning Board of Appeals earlier this year. And in the normal course of business, that PUD would come before the board for a vote just on its own. However, the developer has also requested a new RDA. And so the RDA also would be considered hand in hand with the PUD. Mr. Standiford pointed out or stated in his public comment that there is a problem with the SB Friedman proposal about additional financial support above what was committed to the project in 2021. This proposal was drafted just based on our conversations. So in terms of what the scope of this project would be, SB Friedman has not yet looked at what the proposed RDA would be. They have not looked at any of the numbers that have been provided yet by the developer. That's why it's on the agenda to consider. So that's the reason that states that. However, it is incorrect that the developer is not asking for resources from the village. They're asking to reestablish the RDA from 2021. That RDA did provide additional funds to the developer. Specifically, it provided that the village would reimburse the developer for project costs which qualify as redevelopment project costs under the TIF Act. And in another part of the RDA says that after 70% is set aside to pay for the bonds, to the extent any funds from the 70% after payment of the debt service are available, they will be paid to the developer as reimbursement of eligible redevelopmental project costs. I did confirm with Mr. Standiford before the meeting that that is still what the developer wants to do. He still is looking for that reimbursement of TIF eligible funds. So that is something that the village would need to consider as part of this RDA. The RDA does not exist. There is no current obligation for the village to repay the developer. If the village wants to do that, the board would enter into a new RDA. In light of that, staff felt that it would be good to have SB Friedman, who the village has worked with successfully on the recent Union project, have them submit a proposal and look at those finances of the developer to determine if this is something that would be feasible or of interest to the village board, and more importantly, from my perspective, making sure that there is the right amount of funding. The original RDA has no cap to what the village will provide in TIF reimbursement. So from my perspective, there requires an analysis of the finances of the project, the projections that we have some information that's been provided by the developer to that effect, but that is not obviously our firm's specialty. It's no one in-house's specialty. That's why SB Friedman would provide a valuable service to determine, number one, if the project is viable with the TIF payments and what that TIF payment would be, or TIF reimbursement. Just to clarify, the developer has already received $5.5 million in TIF reimbursement. That was from the bonds that were issued in 2021 that paid for or reimbursed for mostly property acquisition and soft costs associated with that, consultants, architects, et cetera. So what I would put to the board is that if the board is not interested in entering into an RDA with Hawthorne, if there's no interest from a majority of the board, then the services of SB Friedman are not needed, and the PUD can come to the board on its own if the developer still wants to proceed. On the flip side, if the board is willing to consider entering into a new RDA with the developer, then staff recommends that you also contract with SB Friedman to make sure that whatever that RDA contains, whatever the terms are make financial sense for the village. And the project manager for SB Friedman, Emma Bonanno, sorry if I screwed up your name there, Emma Bonanno Lynch is here as well to answer any questions you might have.
Do I have a motion for the resolution? (16A), resolution for the motion.
I will point out that you can make a motion to discuss without having to actually vote for it if that's any hesitation.
Trustee Costados?
Make a motion to discuss without voting?
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Kozar. Okay, discussion. Trustee Constados.
Thank you. I'm new to this, so I'm going to have some questions. Just so I'm understanding things correctly, when there's an RDA, it's because the developer is asking something of the board. When it's just the PUD, correct? I said it right this
You
time? It's because they're not asking anything additional of us, correct?
Yes, let me clarify.
Please.
The board is tasked with granting or denying PUDs. It's a special use, just like the special use you had here on the agenda.
Okay.
So that's something that would come before the board. However, all the village is doing in approving a special use is giving them the authority, the permit to do what they want. There's nothing else that the village is giving. With an RDA, it's an agreement. There's some sort of give and take. The original RDA not only included TIF funding, but also included a property exchange. The village gave property to the developer for the project. So in this case, there's no other property. The developer already owns the property. So the only request from the developer would be for the TIF dollars.
Okay. And then, can I ask staff a question, please? So, the attorney stood up and said that they did have funding, correct? Have we been provided that information? Have you checked that information out? Have you had a chance to check that?
If I may?
And can you tell us what information that is exactly?
Sure, I have it, if you'll just give me a moment to pull it up. We have received a lot of information
Okay.
from the developer, most of what we've asked for. So if SB Friedman was engaged, there's a lot of documentation they already have that they can run with. I'm just pulling up. They have two financing arrangements. One is a commitment from U.S. Capital. For the document I have has 81 million in debt and equity, but I believe that's up to 86 million is what that would be available. Somewhere around there for their budget of roughly 130 million. And the rest of it is from Zameen Renewable Energy, Inc.
Who?
Zameen, Z-A-M-E-E-N, Renewable Energy, Inc., which is up to 34.2 million of HVAC infrastructure for geothermal energy and HVAC system financing. So those two together, plus the equity that the developer says they've already put into the project, gets them to the 130 million. And then some of those costs that they're spending, again, that has not been itemized for us at this point, would then be reimbursable under the TIF Act through the RDA.
Okay, and because I'm new at this and I'm trying to absorb everything, this is confirmed money? Like, this isn't just a letter saying there was an application, we're reviewing it, we'd like to do, is this like, if you get this piece of paper, the funds go in the bank that same day or whatever? Is this confirmed money?
It has not been independently confirmed by me. I have no reason to doubt it.
Okay.
That we have been offered the opportunity to speak to them. It did not seem the time to do that.
Okay.
But to the extent there can be a commitment for these funds, we have the proof of those commitments, but it's still in the early stages. If there was an RDA, it would take several months to actually negotiate the terms of those financing agreements with the developer, and then we would know at closing whether the funds actually had been transferred over, which was the problem 4 years ago, is that the lender did not come through with the funds.
Okay.
But they had a commitment on paper.
Okay, so basically the only thing they're asking of us this time is more TIF money with no cap. Is that what you're saying? Just so I'm fully understanding the circumstances.
I just want to clarify, the more, it's the same undefined TIF money that it was in the original RDA. But yes, like, in terms of, we already gave them $5.5 million for TIF eligible expenses, they are asking for more up to whatever is allowed under statute. So for instance, they cannot, whatever construction costs they have going up, vertical construction costs, not eligible for TIF.
Okay.
Other things in the groundwork preparation, perhaps the geothermal system here, all of those could be eligible for reimbursement. I have not looked into those yet, and again, we haven't been provided a list of what those eligible expenses would be.
Okay, and what's the statute limitation on that?
Statutory limitation is that there are number of paragraphs listed in the statute of what can be reimbursed. It's not a dollar amount, it's the type of expenses.
So it's not a dollar amount or a time frame amount?
The village's RDA can set a cap, and that's what you have for Union. The Union project, you set a cap.
Okay.
But you didn't say what it could be spent on. They submitted a list of, here's what our eligible expenses will be. See, it's well over your cap, so we'll be fine.
Okay. And then the 34.2 million from this Zameen Renewable for the HVAC infrastructure, I'm assuming that committed money is strictly for that only, correct?
It's specifically for that infrastructure, yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to process that and give somebody else a chance.
Trustee Kumar?
I have a question. The geothermal, is that coming from the HVAC funding? I'm asking the builder.
Oh, I'm sorry, she's recognizing.
The 34.2 million that you have, what is that covering?
Trustee Kumar? What's that?
Get her name.
Yeah.
Excuse me, if you could just say your name for the record, please?
It's Kritika, and I'm from Hawthorne Group. To answer your questions, the equity is from our partner, who's part of the geothermal fund. And to answer trustee's question, it's not only specifically for the HVAC infrastructure. It can be used for anything, but then they come up with the number based on what the infrastructure costs are. That's about it.
Okay, so this is mainly for the geothermal.
It's for a highly energy efficient
System, and so that's kind of like, they only will support that kind of
highly
activity.
energy efficient and sustainable project.
Okay. It's for the whole project, as long as you're highly energy efficient and sustainable. That being said, the RDA and the cap.
I'm sorry, Trustee Kumar, could I interrupt?
Yeah.
For just a moment, because I am confused about something, because the commitment from Zameen says that the 34.2 million will be for purchase of that system, that they would be the owners of the system through that so how could that 34.2 million be applied to other parts of the project?
So it's kind of in a way like, for example, you go purchase a unit from the condo, right? And the seller gets the unit. The buyer gets the unit, and the seller gets to apply it to any part of the project. That's exactly what it is. So it's kind of like a seller is buying that particular HVAC portion of our project. He's becoming a partner for that particular part, and then we are using the cash for any part of the project. So pretty much the equity can be spent day one. If that's what the lender requires, it will be spent day one. Or if the lender is like, you can just apply it to the HVAC portion, and if he's fine with it, it's fine. So it's pretty much on the lender's call, the debt provider. If they want to see that money used first, it can be used first. That's why it's a true equity.
Sorry to interrupt, Trustee.
So is that clear?
Thank you.
I have a question for legal counsel about if we employ SB Friedman at this point to go through, thank you.
Thank you.
If we employ SB Friedman to go through the process of completing an RDA, we can put in caps at this point and requirements for this project to go through, correct?
I'm sorry, trustee, could you say that again?
For the RDA, they're going to be involved, I guess, in the processing of the RDA?
SB Friedman?
Yeah.
They would be giving a recommendation, and again, Ms. Banana Lynch could speak more to what the services they would be providing would be, but my understanding is that they would be providing a recommendation on what level of funding the village would make sense for the village to include in the RDA.
Okay.
Trustee Constados.
Thank you. It's okay? Okay. So then I have a question. I know that there's a couple existing loans already, and so we have a commitment from U.S. Capital for $81 million to $86 million. Is part of this money then going to be used to pay those loans off? And how much are those existing loans? What will that leave left? Yeah, you
Yes,
have to be
please.
at the microphone, sorry.
So the existing loan is about $3 million, and so that would be paid off at closing.
And is that just one loan?
Yeah.
And there's only one loan?
Yes.
There's not two?
No. It's just one existing loan. The other is pretty much an assessment, which will be recaptured
Isn't there
over a period
a
of...
Vastra loan and a PACE loan?
PACE is not a loan, it's an assessment.
Okay.
And it's recaptured through property taxes over a period of 30 years. And Vastra loan is the existing mortgage on the property, and that's the $3 million I was talking about. And that will be paid off at closing. It's part of the $86 million.
So then you will not be paying the PACE loan off?
It depends on the lender. So the lender has accepted to use CPACE, and it totally depends on the lender. If they want to keep it, we keep it. If they said, hey, I want to pay it off, I just want just me on the books, then that's what it is. Because it's an assessment, and it's not a loan per se. So the assessments are carried over for 30 years.
Attorney Morton.
I'm sorry, if you could clarify something else again. Sorry, trustee.
No, that's okay, because that confused me too.
So the loan from U.S. Capital, that factors into, like, part of that amount is the PACE loan?
It's for the Vastra. And if the PACE wants to be paid off, it can be paid off from the existing. That's why there is a gap, you remember, like 81 to 85? This is what we addressed during the meeting. Though we are approved for 86, our actual budget right now is 81. If they determine to pay it off, then it goes up to 86.
Dr. V. Shawthorne World. PACE amount was sitting in an escrow account. That was about $31 million when we closed. The only item for which PACE funds have been expended are interest payments on the money. So it is not like a PACE loan is going to be sitting as a lien on the property when the senior lender comes in. When the senior lender comes in, what he will do is he pays off the $3 million loan with Vastra, and he asks us, how much interest have you expended? So we say,
$4 million, is that right?
$4 million. So, okay, we pay off that $4 million, you refund the money sitting in the PACE account to the PACE lender, and PACE is off. That's it. There is no more PACE.
But I guess my confusion, though, is in your budget, how does that $7 million show up? Because I don't see that in the numbers, and again, this is why the analysis of SB Friedman would be
Which
helpful.
$7 million?
The Vastra plus the PACE interest, how is that part of your budget?
It's included in the overall loan. We have 81 to 86, right? Yeah. So, it is included in the budget when the senior lender has looked at it. So it is part of that whole thing.
So your $130 million budget includes $7 million in those.
Yes, sir.
Vastra and-
Yes,
okay.
sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah, also, the parking lot gets released once Vaster is paid off. The village parking lot, yeah, yeah.
Can I proceed? Thank you. Okay. I gotta try and find my train of thought. Okay, so Vaster gets paid, Pace gets paid, and 7 or 8 million, whatever the total is, comes out of the 130, correct? Leaving the rest for your total
Project costs.
project costs. And you're saying that the property comes back to the village? Okay. My next question is this. I know that there was a foreclosure with Vaster. What is the situation of that?
That was settled, and the dismissal order was also shared with the Board of Trustees and with Attorney Ryan Lowry.
So we have something showing that the foreclosure has been dismissed?
Yes. The order was shared, I think, a couple of times.
Okay. Can somebody,
I will check my file for that.
okay, thank you.
This was as of September last year.
Okay, as of when?
The order was issued in August, and then issued September 1. Everything was-
So September 1st of last year?
Yes.
Okay.
I think there were a couple of meetings that we did bring this up, and we had shared the documentation too, to the staff and.
If I may, trustee?
Yes, go ahead.
And this might be a question for Mr. Standiford. So I'm looking at the order, I see it here. The claims were dismissed without prejudice, meaning they could be filed again, and with leave to reinstate pursuant to terms of an August 14th, 2025 agreement between Vaster and Hawthorne World. And the court retains jurisdiction, and then the case was set for further status on September 29th, 2025. So, Mr. Standiford, if you could just clarify then the current, because this isn't, it's not necessarily a normal dismissal, granting explicit leave to reinstate.
The loan hasn't been paid off, and that's where it's going to be paid off at closing. So the settlement agreement has a confidentiality provision, so I'm not going to get into the details of it. But I can say that if the village approves what we wanted to was the RDA, but if the zoning is approved, we probably can get Vaster, let me just say this. If the zoning is approved, Vaster will then release the lien on the village parking lot, the mortgage on the village parking lot, and that will allow the developer to convey it back to the village. So that I can share that. The other terms of the agreement are we have to make monthly payments and then a larger principal payment. And we've been on schedule with that settlement agreement. Hasn't been reopened by the courts ever since it was signed. And so we've been keeping to that agreement.
Will your client be able to proceed with the project without without the RDA?
You know, not to get into, what we've been discussing, but I think what we were hoping to do is have the zoning approved as soon as possible so we could get the underwriting underway and get the loan issued. And then if the village wants to come back and discuss terms of a new RDA, perhaps that could come after. That we have no rush on that. So, we just didn't want SB Friedman to be spending months upon months doing a report which was delaying our zoning approval. So if our hope would be that the board can set this over for 2 weeks until the next village board meeting on the, review of the approval of the zoning and the PUD. And then perhaps later, at a later time, you can come back and discuss the TIF. I don't think the TIF is a mandatory requirement to get this project done. We have the financing to do it. $5 million of funds have already been given to the developer to acquire the land, which they own. So, I think they can do this without the TIF. I think the TIF is nice to have. The TIF covers 70% of the TIF goes to the bondholders first. And then anything in excess, I think, goes to the developer if they can prove that they have eligible costs. So if we want to work together on the terms of a new RDA or a revision to the RDA, let's do that. We just want to get the zoning in place now.
May I continue?
Yes, please.
So I guess it's the board's decision, obviously. But my concern as council is if the PUD is approved, and it's approved based on, all of the specs are based on a certain budget, and built into that budget is an expectation of reimbursement from the developer, what happens if there is no future RDA from the village? Then how does the project that's approved get built?
Tell me your answer before you say it.
Yeah, it's pretty much like we are asking.
Just go ahead.
They're just building the building.
TIF ask or whatever it is, part of the 70% increment, it's after the project has been constructed. It's not right before for the project to be constructed. So once the project is constructed and starts making the increments, then at that point, previously the village committed 70% of those increments to the project, out of which we would be paying the bondholders. So if anything left after the debt coverage for the bondholders, that was what was coming back to us. So pretty much for us to construct this project, we do not need any more funds. It's after the project is constructed, and if there's anything left off of the increment after paying the bondholders, then it comes back to us.
I'm sorry, but doesn't that incentivize you to do the development knowing that you're going to get something on the back end?
We're talking about what is called coverage. So the bondholders, if there's something called debt service coverage, which, most of you know. So if the payment on the bond is, let's say, $1 million, they want to make sure that there is 1.4 as the debt service coverage, so there is excess money. The bondholders are only owed $1 million. But we have provided in the budget, cash flow budget, $1.4 million, because that is what the bondholders want as debt service coverage to protect them. So the only TIF that is being asked is the excess coverage. After the bondholders are fully paid, there is money sitting here because we provided for excess debt service coverage. So release the excess to us. That's what the TIF request is.
But I'm sorry, and I don't want to be argumentative. It's just, for the board's benefit, that is, the leftover, the excess is the village's money. And so that's what he's asking for, is for an RDA that would provide for that excess to go back to the developer for the building of the project. He has his reasons for it, and that's for the board to decide if you want to do that.
It's not for building of the project. The project is already built at that point, so it's not for building. It doesn't.
So after the bondholders are satisfied and after we have shown performance, here are some eligible costs. So release the excess is all that TIF request is. And our suggestion is that if the zoning is approved, we can get the loan in place. Let's get the project started. This is what exactly the bondholders have also said. They told us 2 years ago, we told the village, but nothing happened. But again, they have told us again, get the project started, then we can work on this TIF issue. The bondholders are willing to work, with us and with the village. They have been insisting, the same thing they said 2 years ago, get the project started, because that is the most critical thing. If you get started, then they will work with us. They will work with you.
The bondholders had that conversation with you 2 years ago?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we brought it up to the village. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any more discussion? Trustee Kumar.
So, is it a possibility to get a PUD without an RDA?
Yes. Many PUDs come through to the village without any RDA connected to it.
So, that is the suggestion of the legal firm at this point? That works for the builder? That we clarify and get the PUD in place? without the RDA. What is our risk from that, legal counsel?
I'm sorry, was that a question for me, trustee?
Yeah.
Could you repeat it, please?
What's our risk?
The risk is whatever the amount is that you agree to in the RDA. That would be, in terms of entering into
No,
an
at this
RDA?
point, the PUD, not the RDA. The RDA isn't yet even set in stone, right? We're gonna work on that. But what about the PUD? If we get the PUD, do we have a risk?
Well, the PUD is a separate analysis based on the standards of approving a special use in a PUD. I don't have that in front of me tonight. It's not on the agenda tonight. But it can be on a future agenda, if that's what the board wants, and then we can analyze whether the PUD, based on the recommendation of the CDC, the recommendation of the ZBA, too many acronyms, whether the board believes that PUD should be approved. So in terms of the risk, it would be dependent upon what you think of those standards.
Okay, then I'm going to motion only for that at this point. And that would be my feel that we come back. I mean, we're not voting on anything right now, right? As a group, if that's the case.
The only agenda item is whether you wanted to hire SB Friedman to do a financial analysis.
I mean, what's the point at this point, if we're first working on a PUD?
Trustee Sabri.
We are getting into paying another professional fee for $24,500. Is that necessary now to get into that? Perhaps we should look into the PUD and then consider that, so.
A motion in a second.
Yes, there was a motion made. If there's no other discussion, you can call the vote.
Can we recall what this motion is? Because I thought I had made a motion to just discuss it.
Sure, you can also withdraw your motion if you wanted. It's to approve the proposal from SB Friedman.
So she motioned.
It was just a discussion.
So
It was your motion and trustee Kozar's second.
It was just a discussion.
It was a discussion.
No, it's just
It was just a
discussion.
discussion.
I
It's a
motioned to just discuss, but not vote, remember?
Right, to discuss, you have to make a motion. So you can either vote it down if you don't want to vote for it, or you can just withdraw your motion now that you've had the discussion.
Well, then I'll withdraw my motion, now that we've had the discussion.
And if trustee Kozar agrees.
Yes.
Okay.
So then just make sure no one else has a motion.
Is there any other motions? Okay, seeing none. Then roll call vote?
No.
Or, I'm sorry, no roll call vote is necessary. Motion's been withdrawn. All right, moving along. 16B, the Department Liaison Pilot Program. I will make this extremely quick. All the board members up here have received it. It is in the packet. And basically, this was an idea that came to me from multiple people, Trustee Constados, as well as some staff members that thought it would be a good idea to have a department liaison program. And basically what that is where I'll assign a board member to a specific department for a 3-month period of time, at which that board member could then, if they want to, it's totally up to them, have a conversation with that department head, understand their business a little bit better, and for the department head to relay some of the things that are happening in their departments, just for communication. And if that board member would like to come to the second board meeting of every month to give a report on what is happening with that department, that's basically what it would be. So this is strictly voluntary for this up here, and you have it in your packet, and email one out. Trustee Kumar.
I would like to say that I would like to be, because I've already been working with community development on with Mike Mallon and stuff. I would like to be the liaison for that for a couple of months.
It's already been submitted there. I've already put together the schedule in the packet there, but it's also rotating every 3 months.
Okay.
So that way, over a period of time, an individual on this board has an opportunity to meet with every department head and understand each.
Is it in the packet, the cycling?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't see that, I'm sorry. There's a lot to
Trustee,
read.
Trustee
Done?
Constados.
Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you. I'm excited about this pilot program. I think it gives each trustee an opportunity to get to know how each department functions and works. I'd like to even get a tour of each one. I've never seen all of the facilities, so it'll give us a good idea of the day-to-day that staff deals with. It'll give us an opportunity to better understand their processes, maybe bringing less questions then. And it'll give us an opportunity to bring any questions that anybody else on the board may have to sit down and discuss with the department heads. And I think that the rotating is nice too, because it'll give us an opportunity to meet with each and every department. So I look forward to this, and I'm excited to do it. Thank you.
Trustee Kumar, just to clarify, the rotation schedule was sent in an email, and it's not in the actual board packet. What's in the board packet is the memo explaining the program.
Okay.
So if you refer to your email, it's in there.
Okay, I'll do that once my phone.
Any other discussions? Trustee Alfano?
I think that this is a great idea, and while I know that a lot of us are already stretched for a lot of time, and we have a lot of commitments to the village with commissions and our meetings, but I do see value in spending some time rotating, and I hope that everybody takes advantage of that. I think that we need to know how it works, what the ins and outs are. So thank you for that.
Trustee Constados?
Sorry, one quick thing. I got to give a little bit of props to Chief Kubish, who helped come up with the idea and suggest the idea as well. So there he is, Chief Kubish. Thanks for the idea and the pilot program that we're going to be running. And I'm excited to do it, so thank you.
Tired but excited.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, we're going to move along to Village Commission reports. We have 17A, the minutes of the Fund Commission meeting held on January 27th, 2026. We also have 17B, which is the minutes of Community Recreation Commission meeting held on January 28th, 2026, and 17C, the Villa Fest Subcommittee report request. Any questions or concerns? Trustee Alfano.
Yes, I do have a question about the Villa Fest Subcommittee report and request. This comes from the chair, was wondering, there is a cost ask. She wanted to know what the budget was, if there is a budget, and I was not clear on that.
Manager Rivas.
Well, I saw that from the subcommittee chair, she's requesting $35,000. I think we had to go and look and see what we had spent on the summer festival previously last year, but I want to say it's 30.
Okay.
I have to double check, and we'll send it back in an email for clarification.
Great, appreciate that, thank you. And then also, there were dates of August 21st and August 22nd. I'm not sure if that was communicated to everybody, but those were the proposed dates.
Yes, in attending the meeting, as you were also in attendance, we had suggested a late August date, probably be the easiest to accommodate village-wide.
I think part of that discussion was that kids would be back at school that week, and it would be like a celebration of coming home back to Villa Park from whatever you were doing in the summer. I think that was the discussion, so just an update as the board liaison for that.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move forward to the village clerk's report.
None.
All right, Village trustees report, starting on my left, trustee Kumar.
Yeah, just a quick shout out to an old trustee that I heard was going through some health issues. I just want to send my prayers to David Salela to get better from whatever he's facing. That's pretty much my report for today.
Okay.
Oh, one other thing. I would like to say the Green Commission did not meet due to a quorum. I'm looking very forward to their next meeting, and I hope we'll have a quorum. That's it.
Trustee Spree.
I have no report today.
Okay. Trustee Alfano.
Thank you. It's an honor and a privilege to sit here and to represent Villa Park. As always, I want to thank our police department and those departments who assisted to keep our kids and the community as safe as possible. Last week, we had an issue at the high school, and I do want to sincerely thank them. It's, as a parent and as a teacher combined, it can be a scary situation. It's always in the back of your mind. So thank you for how you handled that. I know people can do Monday morning quarterbacking as much as they want on social media, but I am very proud of how our department handled that. So thank you. I also want to update some Fun Commission events. On April 25th, there's Prairie Path Cleanup, and there's also a meeting here tomorrow at 5:30 where you can learn more about Prairie Path Cleanup. The Villa Fest Commission, or Subcommission, meets tomorrow here at 7. Still planning the summer festival for the end of August. And our Community Recreation Commission will meet this Wednesday at 7 o'clock here. I also want to mention that I am very proud and honored to serve with the people that I am sharing the dais with. But I also want to remind them that we do have decorum, we do have a trustee handbook, and we spent a lot of time and put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in that, and I think that we need to remember that we have that, and we are responsible to each other to treat each other respectfully because we're adults that are serving the village. Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you. Trustee Constados.
I have no report.
All right. Trustee Cordova.
No report.
Trustee Kozar.
It's 4 hours and 35 minutes after we started this meeting. What else could be necessary to say? No report.
I've got a few things. So I'll try to make this as quick as possible. First of all, to kind of piggyback off of what Trustee Alfano said is that on Thursday, March 19th, there was an emergency evacuation of Willowbrook High School. This is something that any parent worries about, any teacher worries about, any community member worries about. Some of us even have kids at the school, and we're worried about that. I was able to view part of the evacuation firsthand myself, and one of the things that I wanted to say was that the effort across the board to collaborate and work with each other was outstanding. District 88, District 45, the Islamic Foundation, Lombard Police Department, Villa Park Police and Fire Department. But not just that, we also had Public Works and our Parks Department helping with traffic control. Everything came together during this emergency, and our police department did an outstanding job of coordinating so many different entities that were involved in making sure that our kids were safe. I can't tell you, as a background in emergency management, to actually see something like this play out in real life, I have to say, outstanding job on all of our staff, police, fire, Public Works, Parks as well, but also another shout out to District 88, District 45, Lombard, and the Islamic Foundation. Great job keeping our kids safe. Outstanding job. Thank you. Back on the subject of the police department, is that over the weekend, the Village of Villa Park Police Department and Willowbrook High School had the Polar Plunge. And Villa Park, we raised over $5,000 for Special Olympics Illinois, which was an outstanding job. And last year, we were the defending champions of the costume contest. And what I will say is that this year, we scored a perfect score, but so did someone else, and Maui from Moana ended up winning the contest. But we had a really good, valiant effort. We had Captain Hook, we had Belle, we had Peter Pan's Shadow. We had Smee. We had a great time out there. It was a great event for a really good cause. So thanks again to our police department for hosting this again this year. I'm looking forward to next year. Doesn't matter how cold that water is, I'll do it every year. Moving forward, the VFW Fish Fry is this Friday at 5 p.m. I think there's only 2 more left before they're done for their annual Fish Fry, so if you hadn't had an opportunity, go out there and support the VFW. We do have the 4th of July parade that's going to be coming up this year, and this is a very special year. It is the 250th anniversary, and we have some really fun things being planned with the VFW in support of this special 4th of July parade that won't ever happen again. Our 250th is a very special one. One of the things that we'll be giving out more information about later on is, you might remember, right before the new recreation center was built, we had an event called, it was the beam signing, where everybody from the community came out to sign the beam, and eventually that beam was put into the construction of the recreation center. Well, we're going to do something a little bit similar to that. We're designing a banner in which the community will have an opportunity to sign their names to it before the parade and during the parade and after the parade. Eventually, once everybody's signatures and good messages are on there, that will be preserved, and it will be displayed at a village location for as long as we have it. A special event, 250 years, almost like a time capsule with everybody's signature on there. So I think that's a special thing that we'll be having more information coming out. Lastly, the Garda Village Commission had their meeting as well. There is a new park that was approved by this board and recommended by the commission as well. Stay tuned. They are going to have a community park naming event. So that way the community is involved in naming the new park, which is going to be really fun. So keep your eyes or your ears open for that as well. And regarding the Green Commission, we have 2 vacancies on that commission. If you are interested in serving on the Green Commission, please go online and fill out an application. I want to thank the DuPage Monarch Program and the Conservation Program for coming out to the last Garden Village Commission meeting to give a presentation on the possibilities that we have with our new parks and a lot of other spaces that we have here in Villa Park. Spring break is next week, and I hope everybody stays safe and have some fun. That's all I have. Manager Rivas.
Just one thing, thank you. Just want to give a shout out to Officer Carlos Cruz, who retired after 20 years. So enjoy your retirement. Hopefully we'll join you soon, Carlos. Take care.
Okay, so we do have executive session on the agenda again. However, we, in spite of the time being almost 11:45 at night here, the manager is willing to allow us to have this conversation at our next meeting. If the board is in agreement with that, we can go ahead and request a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion to adjourn.
Trustee Cordova, Trustee Kumar, is there any discussion? Trustee Kumar?
Thank you for letting us keep it later. That's all I say to the
Okay.
manager.
Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are adjourned at 11:43 PM. Thank you, everybody.